syns vi inte i bild allihop.
Hello everyone and welcome to today's HealthTech at Medicon Valley event. This event is organized by Medicon Valley Alliance, Invest in Skåne, and in close collaboration with Copenhagen Capacity. My name is Petter Hartman and I'm the CEO of Medicon Valley Alliance, and with me today I have the Managing Director of Invest in Skåne, Ulrika Ringdahl, and the Director of Investment Promotion at Copenhagen Capacity, Annette Stenberg.
Medicon Valley is the cross-border life science cluster comprising eastern part of Denmark and southernmost part of Sweden. The Nordics, and especially Medicon Valley, is well known for the world-class research and healthcare institution, highly skilled software and hardware developers, and a thriving startup scene. This makes us a perfect hotspot for new innovation within the healthcare and health tech area.
Good morning, everybody. We look forward today to showcasing you some of the strongholds we have here in the greater Copenhagen region within digitalisation, healthcare and life science. And we hope that you will be intrigued and enticed to take a stronger look at our region when you're looking for a new collaboration partner in the Nordics. And please do not hesitate to contact one of our three organizations, Invest in Skåne, Medicon Valley Alliance or Copenhagen Capacity.
We have a strong lineup of speakers today with representatives from big pharma, from incubators, from the healthcare side and also from startups. To help us and guide us through today's program, I would like to introduce our moderator of today, Sarah Lidé. She's a Senior Strategy Manager at Medicon Valley Alliance. Sarah, over to you.
Thank you, Petter, Ulrika and Annette, for the warm introduction. Hello, everyone, to all of you watching online. We have a really exciting program lined up for you today with many opportunities for you to engage as an audience, and I would really encourage you to take full advantage of that. But to start the program, let's just address some small housekeeping managers. Now, there are two options to connect to the live stream. You can do so via Zoom, but if you're experiencing any video quality issues, you can also connect to the stream via Vimeo, and you would probably experience a much better experience through the Vimeo link. And the link to Vimeo will be posted in the Zoom chat. You're also very welcome to post questions to our speakers throughout the event via our interactive platform called Slido. I believe I have a slide that will show the link to Slido as well as a QR code that is about to come up shortly. And you will use Slido to address questions to speakers, but also to participate in live audience polls throughout the event. And when you go into Slido, you will see both a Q&A section as well as a polls session. And you are able to send in questions throughout the event, and when the poll is launched, you'll be able to see it on your screen. And you see in front of you just now the link to Slido, key in the event code HTMV. And the link is also in the chat in Zoom as well as in Vimeo. You can also view the program for today's event via a link in the menu to Slido. If you have any technical questions, you can post them in the chat in both Zoom and Vimeo, and the team will support you to address them. Kindly note that this event will be recorded, and a recording will be made available after the event. You will also receive a post-event survey via email, which you're encouraged to fill out to help us improve future events. Once you have filled in this survey, you will receive a link that will allow you access to all the presentations that you will see today. So today we have a full program with a great lineup of speakers across a range of health tech related themes. Our keynote speaker, who I have the privilege of introducing shortly, will help us set the stage when thinking about health tech. We will then go into three core themes within health tech, which have been developed together with Capio, Bioinnovation Institute, Smile Incubator, and Roche. And these are themes based on three identified challenges, which we see health tech as being an opportunity to address them. We then have 8 really innovative companies from both Denmark and Sweden pitching across these three themes, and each theme will start exactly 10 minutes after the hour. That means at 9:10, 10:10, and 11:10 respectively. We will then wrap up with a panel discussion at 12 o'clock, where the challenge owners and I will reflect on some of the key discussions from today's event, and as well as what lies ahead for health tech as a whole. So, normally when you're in a conference, and we know that we're living in a new normal, we would see a room of attendees, we will get a sense of who's in the room. And to try to replicate this experience to some extent, we will, as well as help us get familiar with Slido, which is our main interaction platform for today, I'd like to invite you to participate in our very first audience poll. So go into slido.com, enter the code HTMV. You see it on the screen in front of you. And the first question is, where are you joining us from? We already have one person who's answered from Sweden. Let us know where you're viewing this from. Denmark, Sweden, someone else in Europe, or somewhere even outside of Europe. I see more responses coming in, still mainly in Sweden. Perfect, some coming in from Denmark, catching up, and we see almost 50-50%. Oh, we even have someone else from somewhere else in Europe. Fantastic. Really great to see all your participation. Very good. So as the next question, just to also get a sense of how familiar we are when it comes to health tech, the next question is, to what extent do you work with health tech today? In your company, in your position, even as a researcher? Do you work with it on a daily basis? Often, sometimes, rarely, or never? And again, it looks like our audience has a rather good understanding of health tech. 33% work with it daily, 31% sometimes, and it's going up and down. But you see that most of us in the audience are working quite regularly with health tech. Fantastic. And finally, to try to bring this topic a bit more closer to home, or perhaps a bit more personal, the third question for you. In the last 24 hours, have you made a health-related decision based on information from an app or consumer device? Yes, no, or I don't know. In the past 24 hours, have you made a health-related decision based on information from an app or consumer device? Interesting. So far, our audience, about 15% have said yes, but an overwhelming majority have said no, which is really interesting because one of the discussions that we have heard when it comes to digital health or health tech is that it's become a lot more pervasive in recent years. So this is a really fascinating result. And I think to help us set the scene for health tech and what do we mean by health tech and where is it headed, it is my pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker for today, Dr. David Brown. He is in the midst of trying to connect. Okay, I think we might have a problem with reaching Dr. David Brown, which is a bit unfortunate. We will try to reach him over email. I hope that my colleagues will be trying to reach him. But just to give a bit of introduction as to who Dr. David Brown is. Dr. David Brown has had a long history with the pharmaceutical industry. He's held positions in companies such as AstraZeneca and Pfizer, among others, and he's one of the co-inventors behind Viagra. Today, Dr. David Brown is a co-founder and chairman of the board of Helix, a Cambridge University spin-out company which uses machine learning to find treatments for children with rare diseases. And I had a privilege of looking at his presentation beforehand, and it looks really exciting. I hope that he would be able to connect soon. He is connecting from the UK. I'm just going to wait for a few more seconds to see if he's able to connect. While we are trying to connect with Dr. David Brown, perhaps let's take a short pause to show you a video of what we have happening in the health tech space in Medicon Valley. So if I ask my technical crew, could you kindly show the first video that we have lined up that will showcase how we're working today within the sector. So have a look at the video and I will be back shortly.
We welcome you to Medicon Valley, the life science cluster of Greater Copenhagen, the location of several key companies in the life science industry. And they're here for good reasons.
My name is Ralf Ackermann and I work as a medical director here at Bayer. Bayer is a company that's truly founded in research and innovation. And we do have platforms to promote that and to attract, you can say, stakeholders to work and collaborate with us. The Greater Copenhagen area is almost a greenhouse of inspiration for the new technologies that we work around, and also in healthcare, the whole digitalisation of healthcare. I mean, Medicon Valley represents an area where the infrastructure is very well organized, also in relation to data. And that means that when data is being registered, it is with a very high level of quality. And that is in the end needed to provide to institutions and others who are going to approve a new treatment, or are going to work with a new device or develop a new tool. That's in the end what is important. Bayer, just in this region, we have around 230 patients enrolled in studies as such, with more than 30 clinical centers. That is actually quite impressive. Medicon Valley, as the region it represents, as Zealand here in Denmark, and then Skåne, there is a high concentration there of education institutions, and pharma companies also represented. I mean, more than 9 big pharma companies are actually represented in this area. So that's why we believe there is really an opportunity here to build the future in this region and area for healthcare.
We welcome you to Medicon Valley, the life science cluster of Greater Copenhagen, the location of several key companies in the life science industry. And they're here for good reasons.
My name is Dalia. I'm the Managing Director for MSD Denmark. The life science cluster of Greater Copenhagen is one of the strongest in Europe. MSD as a company needs to have presence here.
The Scandinavian way of life and ideal living conditions attract some of the best brains in the industry.
So when I first read about Greater Copenhagen, I saw that it was one of the most livable cities in the world. You can be healthy, it's green, biking is easy, the food is organic, but also the transparency and the non-hierarchy. That is the foundation of all the partnerships that are built here.
The clinical trials are easy to initiate and perform, in part due to the strong collaboration between the public healthcare system and the life science industry.
As a company, MSD is dependent on conducting clinical trials in a stable and professional environment. Public hospitals in Greater Copenhagen, they are near perfect partners providing high-quality clinical trials. The next partnership helps us have a dialogue with political stakeholders on the importance of improving framework conditions for clinical trials.
The Danish Central Personal Register is a unique system where all citizens have all their personal data stored, including their complete medical record. In combination with the biobank registers in Greater Copenhagen, the data is incredibly useful for research purposes. The data here is patient-focused, and the use and handling of it is done under secured and stable terms and conditions.
The fact that the data is digital provides us with an opportunity to follow the medicines that could lead to the holy grail, which is value-based healthcare. There are many reasons to come to Greater Copenhagen. There is a strong political focus on healthcare, a flexible labor environment, abundance of talent, and openness for public and private partnership. My advice would be to come to Greater Copenhagen.
In Medicon Valley, we collect and store personal data in a unique way. Since 1968, Denmark has had the Central Personal Register, in which all Danes were registered with a unique identification number in order to follow individuals and to enhance national research. All contact with the healthcare system is registered, along with demographic data. Throughout life, data continues to be compiled. As a result, we in Medicon Valley have unique opportunities to examine correlations which cannot be analyzed anywhere else in the world. Over the years, massive investments have been made in order to build up a range of national registers containing information about all residents. Danes are open to testing new technologies and making it part of their everyday life. Patients and citizens interact openly with the healthcare system to lead a healthy life and to proactively ensure each other's long-term health. We have a wish and a curiosity to explore, use, and contribute to data for research. Life sciences thrive where there is a supportive and collaborative ecosystem that fosters a climate of innovation set within a commercial framework. Eye-opening discoveries, new companies, and groundbreaking technologies surface when data is used in collaboration between researchers, companies, innovative startups, and the public healthcare system. Medicon Valley is a cluster that supports your commercial success. Here, it is easy for international investors and companies to set up R&D facilities and get access to infrastructure and processes needed for fast and efficient trials. This easy interaction with the healthcare system and our unique abundance of data gives you the prerequisite to develop better medicine. Get access to one of Europe's leading life science clusters with state-of-the-art research infrastructure, including world-class life science universities, hospitals, and science parks.
So everyone, a little bit of unfortunate news. We were not able to get a hold of Dr. David Brown, but unfortunately that happens when you do a live stream event. So I hope for your understanding. So what we will do is we will take a break. Please grab a cup of coffee, enjoy some breakfast, and I'll see you at 9:10 for our first challenge of the day, where we'll talk about the moving towards preventive and predictive health, which is a challenge that is owned by Capio. And we have a fantastic lineup of pitching companies and great discussions in store. So I'll see you back here at 9:10. Hello, everyone. A warm welcome back to our HealthTech at Medicon Valley event. We're now about to go into our very first challenge of the day called Moving Towards Predictive and Preventive Health. And a reminder, if you're experiencing any video quality issues or if you would like a better experience on your online stream, please visit Vimeo and you'll find the link in the chat in Zoom. To help us get acquainted with predictive and preventive health, I'd like us to, again, go into Slido for our very first poll of the session. And you'll see it launched on your phone or computer, wherever you logged in. In front of you is the QR code and the website. So our very first question, according to the World Health Organization, what percentage of premature heart disease, stroke, and diabetes could be prevented through lifestyle changes? Is it 20%, 40%, 60%, or 80%? And we see the responses coming in. 80% still looks most popular. Getting some responses for 60, 40, or shifting to 60. Let's give it a few more seconds to see what is the winning answer for this question. What percentage of premature heart disease, stroke, and diabetes could be prevented through lifestyle changes, according to the World Health Organization? All right. So it looks like most are choosing between 60 or 80. And what I'd like to do is to show you the correct answer to this question. And the correct answer is actually 80%. So congrats to the 41% of you who voted right. The very next question we have. On average, what percentage of national healthcare budgets in Europe are spent on preventive measures today? Is it 3 to 5%, 9 to 11%, 13 to 15%, or 21 to 23%? On average, what percentage of national healthcare budgets in Europe are spent on preventive measures? Waiting a few more seconds to see if more responses come in. People are being conservative to say it's either 3 to 5 or 9 to 11. 5 more seconds. 9 to 11 is catching up a little bit. 3 to 5 is still most popular. Fantastic. So let's reveal the correct answer for this question. What percentage of healthcare budgets in Europe are spent on preventive measures? And the answer for this question is, as the majority has guessed correctly, it's 3 to 5%. So to help us to frame this session a bit more, I'd like to invite Tuva Jeksmarks. She is the head of innovation at Capio, part of Ramsey Santé, to join me on stage. Warm welcome.
Thank you.
Tuva.
Thank you.
So little reflections on what you just saw in the poll. Did the results surprise you, and did the answers surprise you?
Well, I was a bit surprised by the number of people actually guessing the right answer. Well, unfortunately, I'm not really surprised over the right answers, because this is actually what we see. We know that from research, we know that we should do preventive medicine, but actually from a system perspective, we don't have the systems in place in healthcare to actually work with that question. Like, we are spending like less than 20% in Sweden on primary care, and primary care is the most common place to actually work on prevention. So it's, that's the case. We're not doing what we know we should do.
Really interesting. Why is this theme, preventive and predictive health, so important to Capio as a company?
Well, we can see from global trends and from this poll also that the demography is really an issue that we need to take seriously. We see that in the coming 20 years, we will see really an increase in the number of elderly people, and we know that that also increases the burden of disease. So we really need to work on getting those numbers down so that the pressure on the healthcare system will actually ease up. We also know that we also have a lack of healthcare staff. It could be like GPs, psychologists. We have some staff categories that are really lacking in our system, and also in the geography we could see that we have a lack of skilled professionals, and that lack will actually increase. And unfortunately, we also see that the work environment in healthcare is under pressure, especially now talking about the COVID situation. So we really need to empower people to be able to take care of their own health. Otherwise, the burden will be really heavy on the healthcare system, and that could actually make that those really in need of our system can't get access to it. So we really need to empower patients.
Yeah, and I guess that's tied to this trend that we're seeing, that we as patients also want to be engaged in our own health. So there is an opportunity to be met here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not like we are pushing it over to patients, because most people really want to engage in their health. And actually, if you see a patient with chronic illness will actually maybe just see healthcare like 1 hour in the full year. So all of the other hours, which are quite many, you really need to, and you want to actually make yourself better. So I think that's a wish from the patients as well.
Fantastic. And we are going to shortly hear from 3 companies that have a very innovative approach to supporting individuals in living healthily in a preventive perspective. What are you hoping to hear from the pitches today?
Well, I hope to hear a lot of passion, because I think that passion is really key to drive innovation, because it has challenges. I also hope to see that the companies have really looked into a true need of the patients, so that you really understand what the needs, what are the job to be done, so that they are actually matching something that's really key. So you need to hit that spot where people actually can use the technology available. Yeah.
Really good. All right. So without further ado, let's shortly welcome our very first pitching company. But for the audience, just a short reminder, there will be opportunities for you to pose questions to Tuva and our speakers. Please use Slido to write your questions to us. After each pitching presentation, we'll have a short time for Q&A, but we'll also have time after the 3 pitches to delve into more questions. So please go to Slido and put in your questions. The very first pitching company, I have a warm pleasure of inviting Anki Malmö, the CEO of Pain Drainer, who will be presenting to us on Pain Drainer, a digital tool to improve the activity balance for chronic pain patients. Welcome, Anki. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So, hi, I'm Anki Malmö. I come from a company called Pain Drainer. And first of all, I would like to thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to present our first product called Pain Drainer as well. I'll show my first slide. Like you say in your challenge, Tuva, that 3% of spending goes to preventive care, while 80% of the cost relate to chronic disease, and like we just heard as well. With this in mind, I would like you to focus for a while on chronic pain. Did you know that 40% of all primary care visits are due to chronic pain, and that 30% of all sick leave is due to chronic pain? This, of course, is devastating for those patients living with chronic pain, and it affects their everyday life. There are treatments, but the availability is really, really low for those patients. Another perspective is that 60% are afraid of getting addicted to the medication, and 30% are actually opioid abusers. So, for this reason, we have developed Pain Drainer. And Pain Drainer is the first advanced self-management tool for chronic pain based on artificial intelligence. The principle behind it is the same principle as you use in the clinic when treating patients in the rehabilitation. The fact is that pain is related to everything that you do in the day, all your activities that you do, your sleep, your work, your physical activity, etc. The trick is to know which activities are good for you and which activities are not good for you, and will then increase your pain. And this is where a pain trainer comes in and helps you to plan your days. So what you do in this digital tool that you can have in your phone is you log your daily activities. Everything you do in the day, you log. Sleep, work, physical activity, household work. You log the time you do it, your experience of it, and the intensity. And you also log your pain levels. And after a week or so, when the data is fed into the engine, the artificial intelligence engine, this tool gets to know you as a patient, and you can start asking questions, and you can start getting advice based on your behavior, not on average chronic pain patient behavior, but on your specific behavior. And you can ask questions like, okay, I've slept today for 8 hours, I need to work for 5, what else can I do today without exceeding the pain level that I aim for? And you get a plan for the day, and you can increase your quality of life. Like I said, this is based on the same principles that is used in the clinic. It's called ACT, Acceptance and Commitment Therapy. So we are not inventing something new. We are building on something that already exists, but is hard to handle for the human brain. It's hard for you to draw conclusions of what combinations of activities will affect your pain. But with Pain Trainer, you will get like a prolongation of your brain to help you plan your days. We are running clinical trials at 4 different sites. Here at Smart Rehab in Lund, in Boston, Newton Wesley Hospital, in Weill Cornell in New York, and in a hospital in San Diego, to prove that this really works for the patients. So we are approaching the clinical evidence that you have in the clinic, but also the high availability that you get from your mobile phone. So sort of reaching out to a wider range of patients. So my last slide. What is the fit to your challenge? So from a societal perspective, like you outline, this will give these patients an increased activity balance and help them come back to work. From the individual perspective, everybody will get more aware of their diseases and thereby increase the quality of life. And from the healthcare sector perspective, this is clearly a shift from the pill to the patients. And also, in the future, the doctors can look in and look at all the patients and thereby plan and be more efficient in who they see, how often they see them. Maybe they can see more patients if they have more insight into the well-being of the patients while they are not at the visit. So, by this, thank you very much.
Thank you, Anki,
Thank
for
you.
a great presentation. Tuva, I would like to have you in the middle. So, Tuva, what questions do you have for Anki?
Well, first of all, thank you for the pitch. It was really lovely, and I think you really hit the target when it comes to a real problem for a lot of people. So, being a physiotherapist of my own, I think this could really be something that you could recommend to patients to actually increase their empowerment. But,
Yeah, exactly.
So how far have you gone with the clinical trials? Where are you in the process? When do you think you have some kind of
well,
from
the
those?
plan was to have them now, and we started off in San Diego. We have data from 8 patients there, but then this pandemic came along, so those clinics, all the clinics were closed. Of course, as you know. San Diego has opened up again now, and we're waiting for the others to open up again. What we have done meanwhile is that we have reached out to patient organizations and tested the tool on their members so that we have that type of data. And we will open up now before Christmas on a test launch through our webpage in Sweden to make it available
to more patients,
to the end user, to get more data, to learn how they work, how we can improve ourselves, and in parallel we will have those clinical trials running. The thing is, we will have data at 6 weeks and at 12 weeks, so it's very, very different from sort of normal clinical trials. So hopefully in the very near future we will have those data.
And do you see the product where in the care chain? Is this for everybody, or is it something you would recommend from a pain clinic or primary care, or where do you see the fit into these?
Yeah, well, our first plan is to reach out directly to the end user through digital tools. And secondly, we are approaching already now private clinic in the US, and we are planning on reaching out to private clinics in Sweden. We're also having discussions with physiotherapist organizations. As the first line.
We have a question from the audience as well.
Okay, nice.
What is the level of compliance with Pain Trainer?
That's a really good question, and that is something that we are working really hard on. We are actually collaborating with the gaming company to get a more joyful experience, even though it's about your disease. I have no figures of compliance yet, since we are not that far. What we're doing, we're working on the tool to be easy to use and even fun to use to bring the compliance up. But I can't give you any figures, but we don't have that data yet.
Okay. One last question before we move to the next pitch. The question is, how is the appetite of doctors to suggest Pain Trainer as opposed to suggesting a pill, which is the traditional approach to managing pain?
Yes, traditionally you use the medication because that's the only alternative. I think we are moving into a paradigm shift, really, to move away from pills into digital tools. I'd say when we started this, when they started, I wasn't there then. They decided to visit 4 hospitals, the 4 hospitals that I mentioned, to see if they could get interest from maybe one of them to run the clinical trials. All of them signed up. We have agreements with all 4 of them. So that's a sign that you're becoming more aware to move away from the pills. Okay. So I think, yes, it will come. How long time it will take.
Yeah. It's just a comment on that. Actually, we already today, when we have patients in primary care that want to have sleeping pills, the first thing is to offer them actually some kind of sleeping school so that they will pass that first before you do. So I think the shift is quite in the mindset also of doctors today.
And in the US, the opioid crisis is really huge. So drug-free is really like a buzzword in the marketing, especially in the US.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you so much, Anki. Very interesting. We will come back to more questions to Anki later on, but I'd like to invite our second pitching company who will be joining us virtually. His name is Johan Brun Hartman. He is the CEO of Unseen Bio, and he will be presenting to us virtually on his presentation titled Your Digital Gut. So Johan, I believe you're connected to Zoom.
Yeah, that's correct. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, and we'll soon see you as well, I believe. Perfect. Johan, you are now on the screen. You're welcome to share your presentation as well. Take it away.
Thanks. Can you see my presentation?
Nope, not right now.
Sorry. And what about now?
Now we see it not in presentation view, but we see the slide.
Great. And now?
Yes, perfect.
Good. Thanks. Thank you very much for this introduction, and thanks for the opportunity for me to pitch. I'll be joining you virtually, which is a part of the new normal. My name is Johan Brun Hartman. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Unseen Bio. And who are we in Unseen Bio? Unseen Bio is a digital health tech company that bring tests and data-based decision support to our customers. We are a broad team of co-founders who has founded this company based on the merit of preventive and prediction in healthcare, because we believe it's the most elegant way to intervene and to handle your healthcare. It's like when you have to prevent a meteor from hitting the Earth, the further away you can do it, the less impact you need to do. And that is the most benefit for all, for the users and the patients in general. We are focusing on the microbiome as it has shown potential over the recent years, and it still does in accelerating pace to empower this predictive and preventive approach. So our purpose is to unleash the health tech potential of stool data. The major problem that we target is IBS. It's a chronic disease, irritable bowel syndrome, and it entails and it encompasses the philosophy about prevention and prediction. As it's a disease that you do not die from, you live with it your whole life, and the whole game is about to prevent and predict flaring of symptoms in order to raise life quality. 16% of the Western population suffer from this, 2/3 of those women. You're not really sick when you have it. You're not really diagnosed, so you are, but you still have severe symptoms and affected life quality. There's very few treatments available, and the number of people affected are vast. So here we see a potential to do real impact and help people. And what is our solution? We call it your digital gut, and it's based on the user taking a fecal sample. Then also collaborate in combining this with registering their own nutrition data. Sending it to us, we get it sequenced at a laboratory, and then we do our magic, as we call it. We do our data analysis, bioinformatics, and ship the results back to the customers. Here you can see an example of our fecal test that we have customized and developed ourselves and put together of the best available materials we find. This is not a fun experience, but we will lower the threshold for that as we work along. The user are able to access that data on My Unseen Bio. We want this online universe to make the users participate. We want them to be empowered, take ownership of their own chronic conditions, and be proactive about their health. It's a means of communicating with our users, and of course it must live up to all compliance with the regulatory and legal matters. On Unseen Bio, you'll access your digital gut. Your digital gut is, you can see it as a Google Maps for your gut. That is around this, everything is centered. And what you see here on the screen is actually a draft of how a styled microbiome map will look at us. It's illustrative. We go for simple communication, explanatory content, and also interaction. So people and users will be able to work with some of the information that you see here. And we're going to communicate with value and respect, so people do not feel sick. That's a very important part of our goal. Be aware that the user will not only get an app. It's a total system of empowerment where they provide fecal samples and metadata, and they will get personalized decision support and results in return. And can we do all this? Yeah, we indeed believe we can. Currently, most of similar solutions are based on 16S analysis and abundance calculations, but we go for a deeper full genome sampling and full genome analysis of the gut microbiome. So we do not only determine the species, also the functions. And with that combined with the input data from the user, we will build a digital copy of the individual gut microbiome for each user. We can add and remove bacteria and manipulate their function and determine the conditions they require to thrive. We can do this because our expertise is within metabolic model. So is this worth the effort? Yeah, we do indeed believe that it is. Because with our digital gut, the user will have a digital dashboard. Yeah, but they will be able to see how they react on different nutrition input and maybe see how they will react if some bacteria were less or more, and thus they can manipulate and adjust their microbiome in order to prevent symptoms from flaring or predict it. They will also be able to utilize the latest scientific inventions, scientific discoveries, and they can put them into actions right away. So this digital gut will help us move away from the current generic advice to personal advice based on your own microbiome. This we believe can make a great impact, not only for patients with IBS and other microbiome-related conditions, but also people in general, in order to create and maintain a good and healthy gut, which has proved to be impactful in several parts of the health of the human. Then also from a society point of view, this has the opportunity to lower the cost and the load on the healthcare system that comes from IBS patients, as they have significant more visits to GPs and specialists compared to healthy people. From a market,
Johan, if you could wrap up your presentation, that would be great.
Yeah, I will do that. So the market is vast. We will position ourselves with regarding to being a personalized device, a personalized approach. I will emphasize that we go for a business model where the user have to pay for themselves, because traditionally, as you also mentioned, we could see that in the public sector, prevention and prediction is not easy to get reimbursed. So we go for online sales through also ambassadors and private channels. We have collaborations with universities and hospitals, as we value scientific validity above all. Further, we create basically a tool for handling all microbiome related conditions that the human body stands across. So thanks for your time, and feel free to ask some questions.
Thank you so much, Johan. Tuva, what questions do you have for Johan?
Well, I'm really interested in the shift towards how we in healthcare, like a healthcare provider, could interact with a company like yours and go from that consumer and private paying part. Do you have any ideas on how such a connection could look like with our clinicians or with our...
So you ask, how do we move away from a private payment model to a more reimbursed model? Is that?
Yeah, do you have any ideas on how to get that collaboration? Do you have investigated that in different markets?
We have an idea that, and we have also we have collaboration with GPs, and we also have a collaboration with the hospital. And the thing is that in order to get reimbursed, you have to really prove that it works. And we are still in development phase. So if this system works, it could be a strong tool in the toolbox of a GP, but also for a clinical dietitian and also for a gastro unit in a hospital. So you have to really show effect of what you are doing. And when you have that, there is the possibility for a reimbursement model.
Yeah. So it's about creating the data to actually come to us and to our clinician and really have the proof for it. That's the strategy.
You can compare, exactly. You can compare it to a drug. When will a drug be accepted into the system? That is when you have proved that it's safe and it works.
Yeah.
And the same thing applies for us, as this is just from the beginning. It's safe because it's only food and supplements that we will work with in regarding to recommendations, maybe also medication later if that impacts the gut. But we basically work under the same requirements.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Johan, for your presentation, and we will continue the discussion later on. I would like to invite our third pitching company for today. We have Philip Peters, co-founder of Echorai, here with us. He will present on reducing heart failure rehospitalizations through non-invasive intracardiac pressure monitoring. Welcome, Philip. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for joining. My name is Philip Peters. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Echorai. So at Echorai, we are building one of the world's first non-invasive devices to be able to measure heart failure rehospitalizations through intracardiac pressure monitoring. And the problem today is that essentially 50% of heart failure patients will be rehospitalized within 6 months of being released from the hospital. As you can imagine, this is very costly, but what's most interesting about this fact is that around 75% of these rehospitalizations may be preventable. So the solution is intracardiac pressure monitoring. And intracardiac pressure is also known as the blood pressure that's inside your heart, inside the chambers of your heart. And it's been clinically shown to reduce rehospitalization rates by more than 40% and morbidity rates by more than 50%. And this was primarily shown during the Champion study, which used the invasive intracardiac pressure monitoring device called CardioMEMS, which is essentially a sensor that's put into the pulmonary artery. It's an invasive procedure and is rather expensive. So what we have done is we've essentially taken the CardioMEMS playbook and created a non-invasive device, essentially an extended smartphone case, which incorporates a unique combination of 4 different sensors and AI to accurately be able to measure intracardiac pressure of the patient. So as a heart failure patient, you would essentially wake up, place the device on your chest for 5 to 10 minutes, and then within a few seconds, both you and your cardiologist would receive the cardiac pressure that's inside your heart. And your cardiologist will then be able to take appropriate measures to change your medication or recommend lifestyle changes. So really the core principle of Echorai is to make lives of cardiologists and clinicians easier by giving them easy apps, and both web-based and smartphone-based, to be able to track what their patients are doing and how they're feeling. The other part of Echorai has to do with empowering patients to essentially live healthier lives. So within our smartphone app, we will incorporate several features, nudging features, to help patients stick to their medications, possibly help them change the amount of exercise they're doing or other type of risk factors, such as stress, that they can reduce themselves. In terms of clinical studies, we are starting a clinical study in January with 2 of Sweden's leading cardiology departments, which will be a study of more than 300 patients, where we will be looking at invasive right heart catheterizations to be our gold standard when we're training our AI models. And after that, of course, there's an efficacy study to prove reimbursement, basically using our device within a clinical workflow to show that we can actually reduce rehospitalizations. The regulatory pathways are pretty straightforward. So we're looking at a Class 2A pathway in Europe. And in the US, while there is no 510K or predicate device that we can rely on, we are looking at a de novo application. And based on similar companies, we think that we can gain a breakthrough device status to speed up the process of getting a Class 2 device status. In terms of reimbursement, the US is certainly further ahead than EU. And what's really neat for us is that there's reimbursement support for both remote monitoring and remote treatment management services. And what this means for us is there's essentially aligned incentives between those that will be doing the monitoring and those that will be doing the treatment. So in our mind, we imagine that to be an easier sell to potential cardiologists in the US when we're pitching our product. In the EU, we're not as far ahead, but we can say that we're moving in the right direction. There have been a number of experiments and studies that have shown the benefits of remote monitoring. And in Sweden, there's certainly a communication about the importance of taking these preventive measures, such as exercise, particularly for heart failure patients. In terms of IP and patents, we've filed 3 main patent families, of course, covering our core technology. Secondly, our AI methods that underlie the analysis of the data that we collect. But perhaps what we're most excited about is the application of our technology within a heart failure precision medicine context. And I'll get more into that later in the presentation. In terms of the team, there's 3 core members of the team. So I come from a background of quantitative finance, which is why I'm responsible for the AI and machine learning aspects of the company, as well as the product development. We have Jacob Gelberg, who has several years of experience running an app-based company, who does the app development and design. And we have Casper Wourdette, who is in charge of our sales and marketing efforts, with a background from management consulting and strategy. On top of that, we are currently working with a network of over 12 consultants globally who help us with anything from electrical engineering to regulatory matters to IP and app development, etc. The long-term vision of Acori is essentially to become a automated AI cardiology service. And what that means is that we would like to train our AI models to not just monitor the patients, but also to automatically be able to adjust and administer cardiovascular treatments for heart failure patients. And top of that, we also see the potential, and this has been validated in a lot of academic studies, that we have the potential of being a full-fledged automated diagnostic tool for a number of cardiovascular diseases. So we're talking coronary artery disease, atrial fibrillation, aortic stenosis, and mitral regurgitation, as well as, of course, heart failure. In terms of discovering new precision medicine, that's really what we're perhaps most excited about, and we are at the moment the only tool that will make continuous monitoring of heart failure patients both affordable and feasible, which will allow sort of feedback loop to appear between when we are trying to discover new medications for heart failure patients that may work or may not work. So just to summarize, Acori is enabling remote heart failure monitoring through intracardiac pressure monitoring. And we have currently filed 3 patent family applications, and we're expecting our first granted patent within 3 months. We have a clinical study planned with 2 of Sweden's leading cardiology departments in January of 2021. And we estimate ourselves to be in a almost $3 billion market that's growing at 5% per annum. Thank you for taking the time to listen, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Philip.
Thank you.
Tuva, over to you.
Over to me. Yeah, thank you for a really lovely pitch, and I know this area a bit more from my medical background, so I'm really excited to hear that you have covered a lot of the things and in your presentation regarding the business model and how to drive this further. So. How do you see the clinical trials? What kind of time perspective do you have in your company now? Because to me, I'm really excited about this, because the study is known for a long time about the intracardiac pressure. If you could actually monitor that in wearing clothes or having some kind of device, that could be great. That is known for a while, but you are actually doing it. Mm-hmm. So. When can we actually use this? What's the time span for
when can we use it? I mean, that's so, again, in terms of regulatory guidance on AI is better in the US than it is in the EU. Yeah. The EU basically has none so far. So it really depends how we market ourselves as an AI device, whether we're going to have an adaptive AI that will continuously continue to learn and become better and better as the years go by, or whether we have a static AI. If we choose the latter approach, I think we're estimating that we'll be able to go to market within 1.5 to 2 years.
Okay. Do you see any possibility are you interested in having more sites to test and try, or your clinical trial is already ongoing? Or
well, I mean, we're very lucky because Sahlgrenska University Hospital is the second biggest hospital in Europe, right? So they do have a lot of patients, and Lund University Hospital in the South Sweden is also very big. So we do have almost the vast majority of these type of patients we'll be able to do.
Because there is such a great potential to unlock for the patients that actually don't need to go to the hospitals. But from a society perspective, it's a massive potential to reduce the number of recurrent inpatient stays. So that's really I really think that's really great if you could pull it off. So.
We're going to continue this really exciting discussion, but I'd like to also invite Anki to come and join us, as well as Johan. I believe you're still connected. Where now we will address some of the perhaps larger questions around this space. And I think we've touched upon a few of it in our presentations with reimbursement, with appetites to using such digital tools by clinicians and patients and individuals. Perhaps the first question to you, two of us, since you've been asking questions, so perhaps you would benefit from a question as well. Kape and Ramsay Santé is a global healthcare provider. You're in many different markets. And you mentioned that it's so important that we start looking more preventively. What has been your biggest challenge shifting to such an approach in your various markets? Do you see there's a common challenge, or it's quite different depending on where you're in?
No, I think we are back to the pole that we started with, that the reimbursement models for us as a care provider, they are not really there. So we need to really have quite big amounts of data to actually show the benefits, so that we could incorporate it, or actually also work on our side with a lot of lobbying to the payers of our systems. We are under public contracts in most in most countries. So we are really in need of those. So we are trying to drive it both by looking into the market, trying to see what we can find, but also to work on the policies and the reimbursement payers actually in the different countries.
Obviously this is a really complex space, and there is a big paradigm shift that needs to happen. And so a similar question to our pitching companies as well. I know that financing is often, one of the biggest top of mind challenges, but aside from financing, if we think about working in preventive and predictive health, what would you say is your biggest challenge trying to stand out or succeed in that space? So perhaps Johan, just so we keep you connected, perhaps you can start answering that question. What do you see as your biggest challenge, aside from financing, when working within preventive health?
I think it's getting, as Tuva also said, nailing the customer group and nailing the product, creating the market fit, because there is a built-in paradox in doing preventive and prediction, because take you as an example, if you go to a fitness center very regularly and you create a very strong and healthy body for yourself, you eat well, then to all around you there is no problem, and you will never be able to quantify what you have prevented doing so. And so you have to, and that is hard to make both the system and the customers pay for, because you see, well, why should I pay for something that's not wrong? That's not broken. That is the major paradox of doing preventive and predictive healthcare. And that is why we have also chosen to work with the IBS group, as it is a group of patients that is not really considered patients. It's a garbage can diagnose that you'll get if nothing else fits. And it really affects people's life quality, and sometimes they do wish they had a diagnosis so they could be enrolled in the system. And if we can work with them and show that our predictive and preventive approach worked with them, then they will have an incentive, and that could kind of open this approach. But you have to find someone who has a problem that you can measure. Because the other ones, then you will prevent something and you will never be able to prove it. And that is the general paradox of early interventions.
What are your reflections, Philip and Anki? Do you agree with Johan?
Definitely. Our greatest challenge right now is to find that group that can benefit from our tool. There are in Europe and the US 190 million patients suffering from chronic pain. They are not our target group, all of them. So we really need to work hard to find who will benefit the most. Start there, create data, and then we can move along to reimbursement and all that.
Philip?
I think for us it's more about regulatory clarity.
Okay.
Because we're basically there is none in Europe. We're kind of at a limbo stage of whether we should forget about Europe for a while and go to the US straight away, or whether we should do both at the same time. So that's
right. So your go-to-market strategy.
Essentially, yeah.
Yeah. There's a question from our audience as well. To all pitching companies, what do you need in the next 6 months in order to succeed or move to the next major step in your company? Maybe let's start with Philip.
So we have a very well-defined 6 months. So it's a granted patent and early clinical results. And then with that, we will look to raise capital. And as you know, it's this industry, you get very, very little, and then you suddenly get a lot if you can prove that you have something.
Yep.
So that's essentially what we're looking for.
So clinical data. Yeah. Anki?
Money.
Okay, financing.
Yes.
All right.
When I joined the company, we planned a financing round, quite large, for the spring this year, and we performed it, but it wasn't the amount of money that we really needed. So we will have to start working on that now again, for reasons that we're all aware of. So unfortunately, I have to focus on that anyway.
Yeah.
And then it's clinical data, of course, to get the clinics up and running again so that they can start recruiting our patients.
Johan, what about you? What do you need in the next 6 months in order to succeed?
We have a pretty decent runway regarding funding, but of course you always have to keep that pot boiling. But we are starting our project with working with the hospital and their IBS patients, and it's very, very exciting to see how that turns out. And we are also going to finish up our modeling work up to summer, getting the digital gut up and running in its first version. So these things, of course, have to play out. We have to do what we say that we can do, and we have to see the clinical results that they are positive, and that will for sure open some doors.
Yeah. Thank you, Johan. So Tuva, you have heard from 3 really exciting companies, different phases, similar challenges. It's a lot about clinical evidence, understanding how to measure the benefits of a preventive approach. And Capio is, of course, a very important player and partner. What would you advise startups or companies wishing to partner with Capio in this space?
Well, it's about what we already talked about, nailing the needs of the clinical needs, or that's the number one, and then you need to find the scalable solution. And I think all of these that are presented today are scalable, but also finding the way to integrate into our systems, because as a clinician or working within, like in a care center, you don't want to have like 50 different apps and systems. So you really need to understand how to fit into the ecosystem of the healthcare. And that is actually something that we sometimes are trying to debate or discuss, or trying to meet companies to try to just tweak and squeeze a bit on what do you need to change to fit into our system? And on our side, what are our homework to do on collecting the data and how to work on that together? So we have a homework as a big company, but also to try to get the startups to map into our ecosystem. And that some of them are really great, and some companies have a bit of difficulties to just nail that part so that you could scale it.
Yeah. And I think that's an important point in terms of the clinician experience or the workflow. We want to avoid a situation where they're opening multiple windows with multiple different apps, but to have everything in one place. And a bit of a teaser for one of our challenges later on, we're actually going to be addressing the integration of health-related data and to see if we can find a way forward in what you just described. No more questions from the audience, so I would like to thank our pitching companies, and I would also like to thank Tuva for a really great discussion. So we will now go into a short break before we go into the second of our 3 challenges in health tech called The Rise of Digital Therapeutics, which will start at 10:10 sharp. But stay tuned for a short video produced by Greater Copenhagen. We showed it at the beginning of the event, but in case you missed it, here it is again. It's showcasing more about how we work with health tech in Medicon Valley. So enjoy the video, and I'll see you back here at 10:10.
We welcome you to Medicon Valley, the life science cluster of Greater Copenhagen, the location of several key companies in the life science industry. And they're here for good reasons.
My name is Dalia. I'm the Managing Director for MSD Denmark. The life science cluster of Greater Copenhagen is one of the strongest in Europe. MSD as a company needs to have presence here.
The Scandinavian way of life and ideal living conditions attract some of the best brains in the industry.
So when I first read about Greater Copenhagen, I saw that it was one of the most livable cities in the world. You can be healthy, it's green, biking is easy, the food is organic, but also the transparency and the non-hierarchy. That is the foundation of all the partnerships that are built here.
The clinical trials are easy to initiate and perform, in part due to the strong collaboration between the public healthcare system and the life science industry.
As a company, MSD is dependent on conducting clinical trials in a stable and professional environment. Public hospitals in Greater Copenhagen, they are near perfect partners providing high-quality clinical trials. The next partnership helps us have a dialogue with political stakeholders on the importance of improving framework conditions for clinical trials.
The Danish Central Personal Register is a unique system where all citizens have all their personal data stored, including their complete medical record. In combination with the biobank registers in Greater Copenhagen, the data is incredibly useful for research purposes. The data here is patient-focused, and the use and handling of it is done under secured and stable terms and conditions.
The fact that the data is digital provides us with an opportunity to follow the medicines that could lead to the holy grail, which is value-based healthcare. There are many reasons to come to Greater Copenhagen. There is a strong political focus on healthcare, a flexible labor environment, abundance of talent, and openness for public and private partnership. My advice would be to come to Greater Copenhagen.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to our HealthTech and Medicon Valley event. I hope you had a chance to grab a cup of coffee and settle in. We're now going to go into our second challenge of the day called The Rise of Digital Therapeutics. And again, a number of really exciting pitches coming our way. Just a gentle reminder that if you're watching via Zoom and you would like better video quality or enhanced experience, please visit the Vimeo link where the live stream is also available. You'll find the details in chat, as well as you can ask questions to our speaker via Slido. The details are again in the description under Vimeo or in the chat in Zoom. So I encourage you to go in and participate and ask questions. But to help us get familiarized with digital therapeutics in this session, I'd like to start our very first poll for this session. And what I would like to ask everyone online, and you'll see this on the screen shortly. This is the link to Slido. You can use a QR code as well. The question is, how familiar are you with the concept of digital therapeutics? So a couple of votes coming in, somewhat familiar, not at all. All right, more coming in. This is to really just get a temperature in our virtual conference space about the concept that might not be so well known to too many. So more results coming in. Very familiar, somewhat familiar being the majority. Okay, good to know. We'll then try to make this concrete to also increase our understanding of digital therapeutics. And so what I would like to ask in the next question, which of the following solutions can be considered a digital therapeutic? A platform that connects patients and caregivers virtually, an app that provides personalized recommendations to improve your overall health, a virtual reality-based game that treats ADHD among children, and an app that is shown to improve medication adherence among those with multiple chronic diseases. You are able to choose multiple options, and there are multiple correct answers, but just have a guess. Even if you're uncertain, that's fine. Choose what you think would be considered a digital therapeutic among the 4 options that you see on the screen. Let's just give it a few more seconds for more and more responses to come in. It looks quite equal. All of them look like they could be a digital therapeutic. So let's see. I'm just going to give it another 5 minutes. A platform that connects patients and caregivers, an app providing personalized recommendation for health, a VR game to treat ADHD, and an app to improve medication adherence. All right, fantastic. And before I reveal the correct answer to this question, a bit of suspense there, and to help us frame this whole challenge, it is my honor to invite Ebba Forias, CEO of Smile Incubator, to join me on stage. And we also have Marcus Hergård, Chief Technical Officer of the Bioinnovation Institute, who will be joining us virtually. Welcome, Ebba.
Thank you.
And welcome, Marcus, virtually. So Marcus, I thought that you could start us off. We asked the audience about the different kinds of solutions which be considered a digital therapeutic. And could I ask the technical team to pull up the Slido screen once again so we see the different options? So this is what we all voted on. And just to show what the correct answer would be, is actually the bottom 2 that would be framed within the definition of digital therapeutic. So Marcus, could you help us to define what do we mean by digital therapeutics?
Yes, thank you, Sarah, and thanks for inviting us to be part of this event. Digital therapeutics is not a regulatory category. It's meant to be a category to define kind of clearly what a certain category of digital health products is. And there are a couple of definitions. One is that it needs to be a software product or primarily a software product. The second one, that it needs to be evidence-based product. So it should have some clinical and healthcare efficacy evidence. And the third is that it should be for either prevention, management, or treatment of a condition, of a medical condition. So those are the criteria for a digital therapeutic.
Thank you, Marcus. Very well captured in a nice summary. Ebba, Why do you think digital therapeutics is so important to address when we talk about health tech?
Well, I think, first of all, we have a situation right now where the healthcare is overloaded, and digital therapeutics actually enable to offload some therapies and some treatments from the healthcare system. It also serves to therapies to unmet medical needs or underserved medical needs. It's also quite cost efficient and therefore quite a democratic kind of therapy, which is easily supporting a lot of people that may not get therapies today.
And that's the nature of digital solutions. They tend to be easily scalable as opposed to a pill. Ebba, you and Marcus both represent incubators on both sides of the border in Medicon Valley. Could you share a bit more about how your organization is working with HealthTech and what you hope to hear from the pitches today? So we'll start with Ebba and then we'll come to you, Marcus. But first, Ebba, what are your thoughts?
So Smile Incubator is a life science business incubator. We support life science entrepreneurs with the business advice, network of investors, network to the industry, and network to caregivers. And we do this by a team of people that have 300 years full of life science experience. And by that way, we can actually be the extended management team of a very small startup. So this is what we do. And it's been very successful over the years. We've been able to support the companies in attracting a lot of capital, which of course is needed because this is evidence-based therapeutics. So there's a roadmap that's quite complex at a lot of times. I hope to hear some new, really exciting things. I hope to see where we can support, and I really like to see can we be of support? Can Medicon Valley Alliance be of support? And can BII be of support to help these organizations to reach their goals, reach their markets, get the capital, and actually, in the end, serve the people.
Fantastic. Marcus, what about Bioinnovation Institute? How do you work with HealthTech, and what do you hope to hear from the pitches today?
I mean, we're also an incubator. In addition to the same functions that Ebba mentioned, we also fund both very early stage startups. So we would like to be the first non-soft funding source. And we also fund translational research projects. We have currently active in health tech primarily in our pre-commercial research projects. We have a couple of projects running, and we have launched focused on health tech this year. So next year in our open calls for startup companies, we're hoping to see a lot of health tech, including digital therapeutics.
Really good, Marcus. And I think it's very clear that companies based in Medicon Valley get a lot of great support from incubators like Smile Incubator and BII, regardless of whether in Denmark and Sweden. So please reach out to Marcus and Ebba if you wish to find out more. But without further ado, we're going to go into our pitches shortly. And I want to encourage again the audience online. If you have questions you'd like to post to our speakers, please go into slido.com, enter the event code HTMV. The details should be under the description in Vimeo or in the chat in Zoom. So now I would like to invite our very first pitching company for this challenge. And we actually have Beth Wolf, Chief Commercial Officer at Brain Plus, who will be joining us online. And she will be presenting to us on a presentation titled Treating and Preventive Brain Orders Through Digital Therapeutics. Over to you, Beth.
Yes. Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, I'll share my screen here. So thank you for inviting us to speak today. At Brain Plus, we are focused on, oops, now my presentation is not moving. Just a moment. Just a second. Okay. Oh, for some reason, if I put it in the screen sharing mode, it won't, the presentation won't go further. So I'm sorry about that. I will then take it out of presentation mode and hopefully this will work.
Beth, sometimes you need to click on the screen to move it forward, but go with what you feel works.
Yeah, okay, now it seems to be working. Okay,
Perfect.
Can you see my screen?
Yes,
progressing?
you see it
now?
well.
Great, okay. So I will jump to the first slide here. Our mission at Brain Plus is to create an unrivaled digital product suite for people and their caregivers living with dementia. We at Brain Plus have a history within cognitive training, and in brain injury is where we are selling right now, but our focus is coming more and more to dementia, especially Alzheimer's within dementia, and I'll go into that, why that is. Right now, the problem that we're trying to address, and this is where we really are going forward within dementia, is just the number of people predicted to have dementia in the future. So 150 million people by 2050 are projected to have dementia globally, and currently the standard of care is not adequate. The cost is predicted to be about $3 trillion by 2030 alone. What we believe is that digital solutions can lower the cost of care and increase access right now in a market where many people who have dementia, and it has gone on to a stage of Alzheimer's, are treated at home. They're treated by family members. They might be treated by other caregivers who aren't necessarily equipped for treating someone with dementia. So it is a lonely disease to have, and it is a high burden for the caregivers. And we hope that the digital space can actually add new ways of therapies that haven't existed before. What makes us different is that we are looking to create a platform. Currently, we work on prevention. So we do have a series of games we sell now, which are on cognitive training. This is looking at how can you maintain brain functions in various areas such as attention, in memory, in logic, and also working on brain health in general, such as stress management, sleep management, and basically just healthy lifestyle changes or adoption that will hopefully keep the brain healthy and working. We also are developing, or we have developed, a product for detection of Alzheimer's. I'll go into that a little bit later because we have trials ongoing with that. And we have developed also a treatment for Alzheimer's and dementia, and we just have some exciting data out about that, which I'll go into. So we believe that our competitive advantage in this space is that we are looking to be a platform. We are gamified, so we're fun, engaging. Someone's not supposed to think that they actually are treating themselves when they use our platform, and it can be used at home or in clinic. The opportunity, the cost of care for dementia in EU and US in 2020 is already at $600 billion. We as a digital therapeutic, of course, will take only a certain portion of that space, which we are now projecting at about $21 billion currently. And so our long-term ambition within the space is a $5 billion that would be the accessible market. And then we would see what part of that 5 billion we could take based on the platform that we have. We do have a clinical development pipeline, as we heard before. These are evidence-based products. We believe very heavily in the fact that we do need to have good data that we generate. Right now, the top trials we are running and are in completion are through a Horizon 2020 project that we have been involved in for the past 2 years. We are working with Oxford University on a method, and that's the detection method. They developed a detection method for detecting Alzheimer's disease at a stage when the person actually is considered still a healthy adult, and the results are showing positive indications that the method is as predictive as a brain scan to determine which level of progression of the disease the person has. We are also then running studies with a university here in Denmark, but also in London, which has a digitalized, we have digitalized a method called cognitive therapy, stimulation therapy, which is a treatment method then for dementia. So it's someone who's already been diagnosed, potentially has already gone through face-to-face or group therapy, and is now looking to have a digital platform that they can use with their caregiver at home or with a therapist that will continue to keep the person engaged and will hopefully optimally delay the onset or the progression of the disease. So these are the two main studies that we are looking at, and we will then continue to, funding provided, we will then continue to build our clinical platform. We are a team in the management team, we are 5 people. I have a background in pharmaceuticals, the classic usual suspects, as one could say, here in Denmark, but I also was lucky enough to work with the first digitalized therapy launched in the United States, and I looked on how we could do that here in Europe. Our CEO, Kim, he comes with many, many years of business management experience and also health innovation. The co-founder, who is our CPO, also has a great background within startups and launching companies and making a success out of new innovations. Our R&D director, Simon, has a strong background in neuroscience and working within the field. And then we have a business development manager, Brian, who also is an entrepreneur within the digital health space. We also have a strong board of directors of a mixture of biotech and health tech. We also work with strong advisors that we have from our Horizon 2020 projects and the other grants that we have gotten. Traction to date, we've gotten 4 million in funding from Danish grants, 5 million from the European Union, and we do have sales here at the Kommune. We have our latest awards is part of innovation labs in the United States, and we also have exciting data that was just announced yesterday, where our platform for treatment has shown a positive MMSE score of 2.3 points for those using our platform. So right now we are selling to the municipalities, but we look to expand to the United States and get more into the insurance and reimbursement market. And we are looking for a new round of funding where we will then use that money to do further clinical research and further our launch into the United States and then further product development. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Beth, for a really good presentation. Marcus, do you have a question for Beth?
Thanks, Beth. Very nice speech, very also clear on what you're looking for. The usual question, reimbursement. If you're going in the US, how do you see that shaping up? I mean, nowadays some people have brought products to market, and I guess the regulatory route is more clear, at least some possible routes, but what about reimbursement?
I mean, the reimbursement is, it is a challenge, I know, from the companies that I've worked with over there. You can get a code. So there is a openness and willingness from the insurance companies to actually reimburse, but some of the challenges is getting the money. So I think slowly but surely the United States is opening up. They are creating reimbursement codes. The insurance payers are getting more and more familiar with it. So we feel that if we meet the requirements they have in terms of the data and the efficacy, and especially real world evidence is extremely important in the United States. They want to see that it actually works outside of just your trials. That is a high condition that they have been giving digital therapeutics. Then we hope we can also be reimbursed like as well. The Achille product that was mentioned before in the ADHD and Pear Therapeutics has also done a good job of that. So we believe we can do it.
Beth, we also have a question from the audience. And the question is, are you targeting a specific age group with your solution? And can that age group handle a digital solution via their smartphone, for example? The digital literacy of your target group. What are your thoughts there?
Right. Within dementia, you usually are in an more elderly, I guess you could say, age group. Dementia often starts from 50 years on. And then when you get into the more advanced stages of Alzheimer's, you're probably looking at a 60 to 70-year-old. The data show that as we are aging in general as societies, also people who are now getting into that group are familiar with technology. They've had smartphones for many years. There's a high level of just casual gaming, you could say, by that segment, that population. And what we really have to work out and look out for is the ability for someone with dementia to actually handle games, because you get a fatigue, you get, you're already in a potentially a confused state. So we do have to make sure that we make the games in a way that is also able to be responsive to them. But in terms of the technology, I think there's a more and more familiarity with that age group. So we're not worried about the technology itself. It's just more how do we then put the games so that we don't fatigue or we can't keep the people engaged.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Beth. And thank you, Marcus, as well. We'll come back to the both of you again later on in this session. But I would like to move to the second pitch for today. We have Vishal Sisodia, CEO and founder of Sumundo, here with us. And he will be presenting to us on Sumundo Therapeutics, digital health solution for prognosis, detection, and treatment of stress. So take it away, Vishal.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for inviting us for this event. I would like to present the digital solution that we have developed for stress, but eventually it could be targeted for different diseases, as I will talk during my pitch. So I am Vishal Sisodia, founder and CEO of Sumundo. And we have a solution for prognosis, detection, and treatment of stress. We are right now helping companies, B2B enterprises, insurance companies, for their employees, for their people, to make their life happier and healthier, and of course, stress-free. So some of the facts, around 300 million people are affected due to stress. And it causes a lot of work-related symptoms, like they have 22% of Danish workforce has symptoms of work-related stress, burnouts, and typically it costs $500,000 of cost in Denmark, and I'm sure this is same in Sweden. So we are putting this stress into the category of silent killers, because just like high blood pressure, diabetes, stress recedes into chronic stress and slowly get into depression. That's why we categorize as silent killers. So if I deep dive into what we are doing for detection, is based on heart rate variability. So just to differentiate between the variation in the heart rate is based on the time interval variations. So if you see on the left side, there is a ECG signal, and there is RR signals, and there is milliseconds gap between each beats. So we detect these parameters, which is on a micro level, and on the right side, you can see the difference between a happy person and a stressed person. So this is what it can detect. And this is a technology being used for aeronautics space research. And we are bringing this technology to the common people, so that this could be utilized for people who are suffering with this stress. Just to give more description, can we get into the proper slide mode? Yeah, thank you. So if we see this graph, so as I have been saying, that we put this minor differences in the heart rate variability algorithm that we have developed, and then we show in a very easy format, which is color differentiation. So normal, elevated, high, and very high stress, which could be understood by anyone who's using smartphones these days or watches. And that makes people change their behavior. So they change their behavior, quit smoking, start drinking more water, taking walks, start doing exercises, yoga, and meditation. And this we do 24/7, right? So, and that's why we say prognosis, detection, and treatment, because we have 360-degree solutions. So it's a platform which is a combination of dashboard, app, and the watch that people use. And this platform could be used by clinicians, by HR executives, to see how their users are doing across the organizations. These are some of the screens we have put just to showcase. We have three exercises for treating, breathing techniques, music therapy, and guided meditation. And all these three techniques have scientific and validation significance in the product. And also we have stress measurement as I was showing based on HRV. So in future, we are also going to integrate sleep. Yes. So we are a medical product. We have class 1 certified product. And when we go for when we have completed our clinical trial that is going on right now for 126 subjects, then we will go for even class 2A, which is the highest in this category. This is a paper I co-authored for EEG signals, where we compared 16 brainwave signals to our technology. And results were 98% correlation with the technology that we have based on EEG signal. So which is highest ever results, and no one has done this EEG for stress using HRV. Key opinion leader Bo is supporting us, and he has supported us in clinical trial in his clinic, where we did a successful clinical trial for detection and treatment. This is our model, B2B. Right now, we are targeting B2B first model. Eventually, we start targeting into clinical, and consumer we have not launched yet, which we will launch somewhere in the next year. We have made a strategic partnership with Garmin so that this product could be used by existing hardwares, existing wearable devices. So they are not reliant on just our device. We also have a functional prototype, which we are using. And Salus Mia is an alarm company in Sweden. We made a partnership with them. So now what we are looking for partners is patient association, insurance companies, healthcare companies who want to use our technology in collaboration with psychologists, doctors who want to augment their technology, augment their solution using our technology. So that's what we are looking for our partners and maybe future investors. We have done some projects with Grundfos along with the partnership with Danica Pension. We also made a program on TV for daycare center, where they used our watches and app for measuring stress, how it affects their daycare. So if less number of pedagogues affects their stress. And this program was telecasted on TV2 and on Danish radio. Yes, so these are our few companies and partners we are working. And some references I have given just for reference. I'm not going to go through. So thank you.
Very good. Thank you so much, Vishal. Ebba, I know you have a couple of burning questions for Vishal. Feel free to ask them.
Yes, actually you answered one, because one was about your medical class. So that answer came. Mm-hmm. I am a bit curious, because HRV is measured also by the Apple Watch, for example. So how do you differentiate yourself against the sleep apps, the meditation apps, the calmness apps that are available and protect your invention, your product?
So first of all, I would like to differentiate the consumer and Sumondo. Sumondo is based on evidence. So clinical trials is a medical app. It's not a regular app that has no medical evidence. So it has medical validation in place. Second, we are 360-degree platform. That means it's not just thousands of apps that you see on App Store, meditation, music or breathing, but it captures everything. So as you say, Apple Watch, but in a category of medical. Then if you combine Spotify in a category of medical, and then if you combine guided meditation, Headspace, or these famous apps, but again in the medical. And if you combine all these three aspects into one product, that's called Sumondo.
Excellent. Thank you. And a great presentation, by the way.
Thank you.
And just one short question from the audience. They're wondering as to, is your solution patent protected? And if so, where?
Yeah. So this solution is based on software or software algorithms. It is generally not advisable to have a patent on algorithm just on algorithm. So in future, we have planned for making a patent on the solution. That means on a whole platform, which is a combination of hardware, software, and dashboard. So we don't have a patent right now, but eventually we have a plan to go for patent the solution.
Fantastic, Vishal. And we will come back to you later as well in the discussion and Q&A. We want to thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
And we would like to invite the third pitching company of today for this session. We have John Lampert, CEO of Spermosense. Vishal, you can take a seat, and John, you can join us. John will present on Spermosense, revolutionizing male fertility diagnostics. Sounds really exciting.
Take it away, John. Thank you very much for having me. It's a privilege to be here. And I'll start by trying to get the first slide. There it is. That was actually the second one. Okay, so Spermosense is developing a revolutionizing male fertility diagnostics, which will enable directing to the right IVF treatment. Today, infertility is really a global health issue, according to the WHO, and more than 56 million couples worldwide suffer from this, of which 50% are male, have a male factor. To deal with this, 3.2 million IVF cycles are performed annually around the world. And albeit that 500,000 children are born, which is wonderful, still the fact remains 2.7 million cycles fail. The success rate is about below 20%. In addition to this, the number of couples with infertility is rising, as we see an increase about 9.5% per year. Okay. Today, sperm is looked at from its physical properties only. Sperm count, morphology, motility, how they move, how they look. But normal-looking sperms does not mean good fertility. And today, there is really no way to determine sperm fertilization potential. Well, there is now, or actually we're developing. The solution is based on the finding 2014 on mice and 2018 on human oocytes, the Juno protein. The following is detected with our technology. It's detected if the sperm can bind to the outer matrix surrounding the oocyte called zona pellucida. It actually binds to, and it actually goes through and makes its way through to get to the membrane of the oocyte where Juno is. The second step is then to bind to Juno. So, Izuma-1 is the binding agent on the sperm, and Juno is the recipient, if you will. The technology is basically a hardware sensor whereby lab-on chips are evaluated in two ways. One chip with electrodes and a gold nanoparticle plated center, where on the one hand zona pellucida is placed, and another chip, Juno. Sperm samples are applied, and a reading is done, and within 30 minutes, the reading is completed, and then it can be completed to determine if there's a binding to Juno and to zona pellucida, one or both, or what. Based on this, a decision can be made where to go. So, tailoring treatment on fertilization potential is possible with our first product is called Juno Checked. So if there is a high fertilization potential, if there's a binding to both zona pellucida and Juno, go for standard IVF, where a oocyte is placed on a petri dish and sperms are dumped on top of them to see if fertilization occurs. If there is no strong binding to Juno, one can go to intracytoplasmic sperm injection, where one sperm is chosen and injected into the oocyte by use of a micromanipulator. So What does this matter? Well, we will have reduced IVF treatment cycles as an effect that we will be knowing what we're doing. We'll minimize the hormonal treatments that women have to go through with acute and chronic side effects. And there will also be a significant reduction in the cost per treated couple, be it from the insurance providers or privately. At the end of the day, saves a lot and also allows for a lot more of the couples waiting in line could have access to the clinic. Less cycles, more new patients. The development and validation is going like this. Last year and this year, the proteins have been scaled up and the reader has been developed, prototyped, the sensor. In October this year, we got an interesting study was published from the University of Murcia in Spain, where they did a study on bulls where the predictability of fertilization by the use of Juno as a predictor showed 100% accuracy. So it's an amazing result. So it was very encouraging. At this time, we're planning our clinical trials. We're talking to Region Skåne and a reproductive medicine center in Malmö. So we'll see if we can actually get going, which we plan to do with clinical trials during 2021, where we will also do IVDR, so-called the CE mark procedure. We intend to have full commercial focus by 2022. So let's look at the IVF market and the reimbursement. There are 5,000 IVF clinics worldwide, but our target market is about 2,600. These 2,600 clinics carry a value of $20.5 billion in costs per year, estimated to the end of 2020. If you extrapolate that into with an increase of 9.5 per year, you'll reach close to a little bit above, actually, $35 billion by 2026. Noteworthy is also to see that, we'll go for it. And then 2 to 6 cycles are done per couple in different countries, and 64% is reimbursed of the market value. So our market approach will be to build a strong domestic market before we go international. We'll do the global expansion, but first when we have a back-to-back confirmation. Strategic partnerships and alliances, and we will have our own team of salespeople to really suggest and support the people on board. This is us, the core team, Kush Punyani, the co-inventor, our CSO, excellent Chemutai, who helps us keep order of everything, and Christian actually keeping the money where it should be. So I would like to thank you very much, and also end at the end say that we do have different partners here. We are proud members of Smile Incubator, of course, and we have been supported in different ways. And I would like to say thank you so much.
Thank you so much, John, for your presentation. Marcus, do you have some questions for John?
Thanks, John, for a very clear presentation. One sort of general question, what are you looking for at the moment? Is it investment? Is it something else, partners?
Both. We have a way forward for investments that we're looking at proceeding at this time. Partnerships, alliances, absolutely. We have not yet started actively reaching out, but I welcome companies or contacts who are either interested in forming an alliance for go-to-market and or another type of financial collaboration to contact me. We're open for that.
Great. We have room for one more question, Marcus, if you have one.
Yeah, I wanted to ask about so IVF clinics, from what I understand, there's a good opportunity, of course, in the market, but you also have a lot of clinics to reach out in terms of sales. Do you have any thoughts about that? How expensive do you need a sales organization?
Well, you know, I was in the dental field before. They have like millions of dentists. Here we have like 2,700 clinics worldwide. I figure that's pretty manageable, if you will. Of course, it's with respect, we have to reach them. We have to make sure that we actually educate and train the dealers, partners, alliances in the right way so they give our product the attention we want.
Very good. Thank you, John. Please remain on stage. We're going to continue the discussion. Vishal, can I invite you back on stage, and Ebba as well? And I believe that, Marcus, you are continuing to connect online. But I know, Ebba, and of course Beth is there as well. But Ebba, I know you have a couple more questions you'd like to ask. Feel free to our pitching companies. Who would you like to address it to?
Yes, actually, I would like to address it to Sumundo, because I had a question when I was looking at your first target here, which is a company and managing the team. And is how do you deal with the integrity of the team when this is pretty personal information that you're looking at on that the board that you're looking at. So
I think it's a very important question, and we have also addressed it very documented way, where we are GDPR compliant, meaning we take privacy policy very seriously. We don't disclose this personal information with the hiring manager or HR unless it is a consent with the employee. Second, and most important, we don't display the names of employees. We just display the overall health of the department, instead of displaying personal data for one specific patient or one specific person. So if it is a clinic, of course, it makes sense for clinician to see the data. But for HR, there is no sense for looking at one specific person. So we display the marketing, the sales, and production kind of thing as overall. And then we take care of the privacy policy and consent and GDPR compliance.
Excellent, very clear. Thank you.
Very good. I actually have a question addressed to all our pitching companies, including you, Beth, online. Of course, one of the main, top of mind issues with any startup is financing. But if you put financing aside, what would you consider your biggest challenge working within digital therapeutics? And I would like you, Beth, to start us off. What is your biggest challenge with Brain Plus in that perspective?
Yeah. With us, it's probably the regulatory environment, because when you have a country like the United States, you've got a large market that has they're still working on their structure, but they're getting there. You've got Germany, which has a fabulous law, the DIGA. You've got France, who's also working on it. NICE has a very nice set of guidelines. But Europe is so fragmented, it's really becoming challenging for us to know where we can expand the best and the easiest. And so we really are looking at how can we get the right regulatory advice and look and see also, do we need to go necessarily down only the digital therapeutics route with the heavy regulation, or can we also sell a model where we would be used by private people in potentially a less regulated market? There's also a huge market available in our space for people who are willing to pay out of pocket. So we are that's probably right now the biggest question on our table is how can we maximize and get first traction, and then use that to build and go further into the clinical evaluation and the data, and also any type of economic evaluation.
Thank you, Beth. So regulatory environment, and especially the fragmented EU perspective. John and Vishal, do you agree, or do you have another big challenge on top of your minds? John?
Yeah, well, from my perspective, in addition to developing the product and get all the processes going as they're ongoing and having them finalized in a good way, my biggest challenge is actually that we develop the product so that the end user of the market really will embrace it. There's never a product that is so good that everybody will accept it. There's always somebody who's used to something else, whatever reason. So that's the biggest challenge I see for us. With all respect for the other challenges we have, we're going to conquer them, we believe, and we're going to work hard. But this is a challenge which is difficult to embrace. We need to really address it from different angles.
So engagement or acceptance by the end user.
Correct.
Vishal, what about you?
So we have challenge of getting adapted into a municipal, for example, which is a very large sector for our sake, but it is also very sluggish response point of view. So they have difficulties in adopting new technologies like us, digital technologies. They are not so much advanced in terms of adopting wearable devices that we use. So we have to come up with those challenges, and hopefully we are getting there.
So adoption by the public sector and municipalities being one customer group. So Ebba and Marcus, since you both work so much with startups on a daily basis, and I'm sure this is familiar, what would be your advice to the startups to address these three challenges: regulatory environment, engagement acceptance by end users, as well as adoption by the public sector? Maybe let's start with Marcus. What is your perspective there?
Yeah, that's a lot of questions. And if I had the answers, I'd be probably in a very good place. In terms of the regulatory environment, I think this is indeed a challenge for a startup in Europe. And I think our biggest hope is that we do get some traction from the German new legislation, which is indeed excellent. And given Germany's leadership role in European ecosystem, I think that is probably a pretty good wish. And that would actually put us ahead of US, because we would have both some regulatory framework and reimbursement framework. So I think this is something that definitely all the players in this ecosystem need to do in terms of trying to do some lobbying and appropriate nudging at the European level. And I hope also that will come through government. So we're not super active on that ourselves, but I think whatever way we can push this is really important.
And in the Nordics, that would be great to do that, because I think we also are really lacking that in the Nordics. So just adopt what Germany has done.
Right, yeah. I think, but it's so good to see this example, because before that, I think it didn't look good at all. At least from where I stand, it looked very difficult to do business in Europe. Regarding the other challenges, adoption, that depends, of course, a lot on the product. And therein comes an interesting dilemma for a product that's maybe digital. Should one go for direct-to-consumer and take kind of the Apple or Fitbit route and just get consumers? But you need a fairly active sales organization for that, and some way to get enough consumers, and then sort of build the traction. And whether that actually dilutes from your more regulated approach is something that I think is still being worked out. So I think it depends a little bit on what is the approach, what is the access to market or the go-to-market approach.
Yeah. And so, Ebba, perhaps I'll let you have the final word. So Marcus has tried to address some really important challenges. What are your thoughts? You agree? Do you have another solution?
I would say, as to the regulatory, there are a lot of innovation agents that are publicly funded in the area. So take support. Adoption is difficult, because if you do go the consumer route, there is a risk of diluting your brand when it comes to trying to get into the public healthcare system. So there's a challenge there. Is your trustability if you're a consumer app and then you want to be a healthcare solution, therapeutics. So I think that's a bit challenging. So adoption there is hard. When it comes to the public space, the actual payers, this is really difficult, and I know there is sluggish, you said. I agree. But I do think we are right now in a perfect storm, because actually what COVID-19 brought is the most rapid adoption of digital therapies or remote monitoring that we have seen. And now it's been tested. It's hard to go back. So I think that is the opening right there. Otherwise, I would say engage early. But it's hard. I don't have. If I had the golden recipe for that, I say as Marcus, I would be, I don't know, I would probably be here, but I would have 10 companies. It's difficult.
Yeah. And I think we will continue the conversation. Obviously, it's a lot of challenges to be overcome, but also a lot of opportunities. So I want to thank you, Ebba, John, and Vishal, as well as Beth and Marcus online. We will continue the discussion among the challenge owners later today at 12 o'clock. So please stay tuned for that. But now we would like to take a break before we go into our final challenge for the day about the integration of health-related data. And if you've been paying attention, data is really the common thread throughout all the discussions. And that session will start at 11:10. But stay tuned for a short video produced by our collaboration partner, Copenhagen Capacity, which talks a little bit about how we work with health data in Medicon Valley. So I'll see you back here at 11:10.
In Medicon Valley, we collect and store personal data in a unique way. Since 1968, Denmark has had the central personal register in which all Danes were registered with a unique identification number in order to follow individuals and to enhance national research. All contact with the healthcare system is registered along with demographic data. Throughout life, data continues to be compiled. As a result, we in Medicon Valley have unique opportunities to examine correlations which cannot be analyzed anywhere else in the world. Over the years, massive investments have been made in order to build up a range of national registers containing information about all residents. Danes are open to testing new technologies and making it part of their everyday life. Patients and citizens interact openly with the healthcare system to lead a healthy life and to proactively ensure each other's long-term health. We have a wish and a curiosity to explore, use, and contribute to data for research. Life sciences thrive where there is a supportive and collaborative ecosystem that fosters a climate of innovation set within a commercial framework. Eye-opening discoveries, new companies, and groundbreaking technologies surface when data is used in collaboration between researchers, companies, innovative startups, and the public healthcare system. Medicon Valley is a cluster that supports your commercial success. Here, it is easy for international investors and companies to set up R&D facilities and get access to infrastructure and processes needed for fast and efficient trials. This easy interaction with the healthcare system and our unique abundance of data gives you the prerequisite to develop better medicine. Get access to one of Europe's leading life science clusters with state-of-the-art research infrastructure, including world-class life science universities, hospitals, and science parks.
Welcome back, everyone, to our HealthTech at Medicon Valley event. We're about to go into our third and final challenge of the day called integrating health-related data. And for those of you who are joining us for the first time, just as some gentle reminders, if you're on Zoom and you wish to have an enhanced experience with the live stream, you're very welcome to join Vimeo. The link is in the Zoom chat, where you'll also be a live stream via Vimeo. You're also encouraged to log on to Slido, where we will be able to post questions to speakers, as well as engage in the interactive elements of our program. And for those who are with us from the beginning, our keynote presentation will now be featured at 12:30. So if you're able to stay on for that, I would strongly encourage you to do so, because we have a really exciting speaker lined up. So without further ado, I'd like us to go straight into our session for today. And to get us familiarized with this topic, integrating health-related data, I would like to launch our first audience poll for this session. So please go to slido.com. You see it on the screen. The event code is HTMV. And I would love you to answer the following. Which of the following are you measuring by yourself today? Physical activity, blood pressure, stress, sleep, diet, heart rate, blood sugar level, and so on. Just to get a sense of how are we engaging in the collection of health-related data today. So we have a response for blood pressure, more coming up, physical activity, sleep, heart rate. I know that not all of our options are shown, but there's 0% pain. 17% are not measuring any at this point. So physical activity seems to be the most mature dimension that we're measuring today, followed by blood pressure, sleep, and heart rate. But I would say that a third of our attendees are not measuring any of these data points today. Really interesting. I would then like to go into the second question when we talk about collecting consumer-generated health data. The second question is, how much weight should healthcare place on such self-generated data when it comes to decisions which affect your health? Should healthcare place very much weight, some weight, little weight, or not at all? So if you're collecting your sleep information, diet information, physical activity, stress levels, pain levels, how much weight should healthcare place on your own self-generated data when it comes to decisions which affect your health? And it looks like most of us are responding some kind of weight. Interestingly, no one has said none at all. So there seems to be some desire to use our data in a much better way within healthcare. Still 73% on some weight, 20% with little weight, and 7% with much weight. Really interesting. And I think to discuss these results even further, I would like to welcome Per Brink from Roche. He is the CSR partner, and he'll help us to frame today's session. So very warm welcome,
Thank you.
Per. So I think you're familiar with these questions, which came from a PwC study in 2019. Do you feel that the responses are surprising to you?
No, not really. I think that in terms of collecting self-generating data is really something that we're becoming more and more familiar with. At the same time, I think we can put some more perspectives into this. We're also becoming more and more aware of maybe the risks of data being misused.
Right.
So I think that might be something that we'll be discussing more today. And also, I think the question was about where we actually collect data ourselves. I think an equally important question is, what do we do with data that is generated without our active, if you say, knowledge or participation in it?
Yep.
So all the data that is generated with the things we're doing in our daily living, how is that going to be used? So I think that is equally important. Then we had a question about the weight of using this data in healthcare.
Yep.
I think, and then we need to bear in mind what effect will, or how does that data have an impact on the decisions that are being made.
Yep.
If there's no clear, we say, evidence between that type of data and the type of, for example, medical decision that is going to be made, of course, we should put less weight into it. Traditionally, data has been coming from a pharma company and looking at how research has been done within pharmaceuticals, this type of data has not really been used that much in terms of generating evidence for how well a pharmaceutical is going to work in the end. And hence, that is not the type of data that's used for the healthcare system to make decisions. When we're now becoming more and more familiar with and confident in using and generating data ourselves, over time, I'm sure that we will, to a high degree, also see evidence where you could, if you say, connect that type of data with the efficacy and safety of treatments. And then we will, to a high degree, use that also for decision-making in healthcare.
Absolutely. And you're talking about the increased interest in using real-world evidence and patient-reported outcomes to inform of the efficacy of a clinical trial or a treatment. What are your thoughts as well on all the other data that's being generated in healthcare, in social care, and how do you think they're being used today?
Yeah, no, I think that we have come quite far in terms of collecting data or generating data. I think where we're lag behind is how we use the data and also how we, if you say, integrate the different sources of data in such a way that we can lift the knowledge to an even higher level. So there, I think, is where we have lots to do moving forward.
Right.
And again, I think that is an area where I hope that we can come a little bit further into discussions today.
Absolutely. And this was a theme that we jointly, identified. How is Roche working with health data today? And, why is it so important for Roche that we kind of go further in integrating these different sources of data?
Yeah. I think that this is a key area for us moving forward. And we have not only pharmaceuticals, but also diagnostics and genomic profiling and so on in our portfolio. As we see as a whole, you need to have come in from many different perspectives to really move, if you say, the solutions within medical treatments forward. For us, we do see that the next step in the medical advances is really to become even more patient-centric and move towards personalized healthcare, where you really look at what are the specific needs of that individual that stands in front of you. And to go there, we need to have much better understanding of, of the data of that specific person and what are the evidence for example, for a new treatment to work for that person and not for another one. So the future is really about the data.
Absolutely. Such an important field. And we have two really exciting pitches today that will address this in different angles. What are you looking forward to hearing from those two pitches today? Yeah,
first off, I really look forward to, I hope, two very inspiring presentations, I would say, but also I would like to see some innovative solutions within this field where that could either be a final solution, something that could already be available, or I would also encourage just to have an interesting vision. Where are we heading? And how can we maybe move there together towards this vision? Because I believe that very much of the solutions for the future is about how do we collaborate and partner.
Absolutely.
And also something that we have learned over time is that it's not only about having a great solution, it's also about how do we get it implemented. So I think that is an area that we need to look into also, and it will be interesting to hear a little bit from the pitches today. How is this going to be implemented into the ecosystems that we have today?
Absolutely. Really great. Thank you so much, Per. So without further ado, I would actually like to invite our very first pitching company. We have Eva Keltley, CEO at Capiche, who will be presenting to us today on patient-centric integration for decisions in real time. So very welcome, Eva. The floor is yours.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I look forward to take you through our presentation of what we do at Capiche. Like Pal mentioned, every day lots of data is generated. I found numbers of 1.7 megabytes of data is generated every second by every person every day. Now, not all of this data is relevant for healthcare, but a lot of it is. At Capiche, we have been working with models and solutions to address these issues, to be able to integrate data, to take it, make it understandable. Capiche works with new technologies to develop solutions to make data available for data exploration, for data integration, and for data visualization. We are a small company based here in Malmö with our roots in pharma and in software development. So traditional technology is commonly built in relational databases, table structures, which is hard to build models for describing a single patient. At Capiche, we work with a graph database technology instead. We have a patented way of accessing data in this solution, and also we have different interfaces that we can work with. Here we see some graphic description of what data can look like for an individual patient. Each patient does not contain the same data. So we need to be able to make sure that we have models that can incorporate new data and expand the model as necessary. Working with the patient, we want to be able to create a holistic perspective so that we can work with, like Pal said, personalized medicine. We want to be able to understand how a person has experienced symptoms, been diagnosed, and take medications, and what type of effects that patient is experiencing. But it's not just one patient. We want to be able to see that patient in a context, probably. We want to be able to compare it to a subgroup or to understand it to a population of sorts. And in order to do that, we need integrated data. Data integration can be seen as simple. So people talk about data lakes, but just throwing all data in one bundle doesn't do any good. We need to make sure that it's comparable. We need to make sure that we use the same units for data, that we call data the same thing, and that we understand it properly. We work with an objective standard that we model data towards so that it can be reused in other contexts other than where it was created. And we base our data integration on the FAIR principles. That is, data should be findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. So in our solution, data is available in a web-based solution, which means that data and interfaces are always available. But what makes us different is that you don't only have access to the data itself, you also have access to the metadata. You can incorporate how data is created and how it can be interpreted, in what context it's valid. We can provide solutions that are pre-configured, but also let users build their own models and build their own tables and charts, which gives huge flexibility. With all this aggregated data, we also have opportunities to build models for prediction and also to find patients that are similar to the one patient that we're studying at the moment, which gives huge power of the data. Capiche is a solution provider. That is, we don't have any data ourselves. So we look for partnerships. We would like to explore ways to work with our data and our solutions in a healthcare environment. Commonly, we provide our solution as a software as a service, but we are also open to incorporate it into client environments. Well, I think I'll wrap it up there. Thank you so much.
Very good, Eva. Thank you so much for your presentation. Per, I would like to invite you to the front as well. Per, do you have some questions for Eva?
Yeah, I think thank you very much for an interesting presentation and for a very inspirational solution. And what I'm looking at immediately here, there are two things that popped in my mind. Was first off was the access to data, and that is an area that I believe that although yes, we are collecting data in numerous places, but then we come to the issue about how do we get access to it and who's getting access to what and so on. Mm-hmm. How are you working with that? And what type of data are we talking about here? Where is it coming from?
Well, we're open to take any type of data. We can work with data from healthcare systems or data from different apps and different solutions. It is, like I said, we're a technology provider, so we'll take what we get. The access to the data, of course, you need to restrict that probably in certain circumstances. And we have user rights so that we can address that in our system.
And is that when you use this data, is it integrated with other systems? So it's, if you say, continuously updated, or is it like that you move data from one place to another at one point in time, or how does it work?
Sorry. It needs to be integrated in our solution in order for it to be searchable and findable and accessible, and unfortunately. But I think that way we can also make sure that it's comparable and that it's curated so that it fits into the whole picture of the patient.
I have two more questions.
Absolutely, there's time for that.
And one of them was about I just found it interesting when I saw this one of your slides with kind of a mind map kind of description. Could you just explain what did we see there?
Oh, sorry. Yes. Well, what we saw there was the data structure. So we have maybe information about the patient in the center. We have laboratory values. We have diagnosis, medications, and all this data is related together. So when we do a search, for example, for a certain medication, we can pull up all patients that have experienced that medication, or we can also do searches where we find all medications that these patients have experienced. So we get a full picture of the patient.
And also, do you have any examples of how this has been used so far?
Well, we're on our way out to getting to the market currently. We've worked with prototypes, both some healthcare data and some data from clinical trials. So we're still looking for different opportunities to develop our solutions.
Interesting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you so much for a great discussion. We will continue it at the concluding discussion as well. So thank you, Eva. I would like to invite our second pitch for the day from the Danish side. We have Troels Berman Mortensen, CEO and founder of DataFair, with a very provocative presentation title. He will try to answer, well, his point of view is no and yes is the only answer to the question, do we need easier access to health data? Take it away, Troels.
Well, thank you very much. Yes, my name is Troels Mortensen from DataFair, and I realized after I sent in the presentation that titles like no and yes these days is something one should be very careful about using in any context. So, but this is also a good intro into clinical data, because your clinical data needs to be seen in the right context to make sense. So, no and yes is the obvious answer to the question, do we need easier access to health data? No and yes. And let me get into that in a second. I will, as you see in this outline here, and I'll give you this structure because I realize I'm the only thing standing between you and your lunch. So even though you may not be munching away behind the screens, you may still have low blood sugar. So 4 easy questions: no, yes, why, how, and then a brief conclusion. And who is this guy standing here? Well, I'm a part of a team the Data Fair founder team. We founded this company only 2 years ago. And what I did was I said, I've been working in startup companies for the last 20 years. So I figured I was young once. Let's try and get some old experienced hands together. So all of us, I think, together have an average age of about 50. And that's really great, running a startup company like that. The chairman is Claus Juhl. He was the city manager of Copenhagen municipality for years and is a very well-connected former civil servant. It helps when you realize that working with data means working with public data, means you have to do everything in the spirit of a public-private partnership. Our CSO, Tove, has worked for 20 years servicing pharmaceutical companies, and she's a specialist in health economic analysis and a professor at the University of Ghent as well. Klaus Rehfeldt, he's our chief data officer. It's not collateralized debt obligations, the CDO, but chief data officer. He knows everything about healthcare data in Denmark. And Jakob Bartram is a professor at the Technical University of Copenhagen, and he knows just how complicated and complex it can be if you want to combine data from different data sources. Very much, he knows the complications of the things that Capiche is also trying to offer a solution to. So we have 100 years of experience with these 5 experienced people. And how are we then going to use that experience? Well, we'll get to that. First question, do we need easier access to health data? And the answer is a resounding no. No, not per se. The question is not how do we get easy access to data, because when you work with health data, you work in the health space, and the principle in health is do no harm. If you want to use data, it's because you want to use data to improve the treatment. So the principle is do no harm. And therefore, we're dealing with data that is private, that is confidential, that can be misused, that can be abused. And since trust is necessary for people to be willing to share the data, you have to respect. You have to build any attempt to share data on trust. So no to easier access. And yes to access, provided that we can fulfill a number of conditions. Because we know, and I think most of the presentations today have shown, that access to data, the ability to share data, is important for all innovative new solutions. We could stop all drug development today, and then just by increasing compliance based on data and targeting our drugs more efficiently to different patients today, we would still see an improvement in health. And data is behind that. So yes, we should get better access to data because we can, it's possible, we are there today, but we have to focus on privacy, on security, and on trust and fairness. Fairness in the way that we distribute the potential value that you can create based on this data. So, why is data valuable, or what makes particularly Danish data valuable, or since I'm now standing in Sweden, Swedish, or I should actually say Nordic data valuable. You've already seen one of the videos talking about the CPR number in Denmark. We all have a unique identifier in all the Scandinavian countries. We have high penetration of electronic medical records. So there is a lot of data already out there. We've been collecting these data for years. And now we are in the process also of structuring this data so that it's not, if we want to create a data lake, if you haven't structured and cleaned up your data, you get a mud lake. You want a clear data lake that you can actually analyze, that gives you visibility. And then finally, if you believe in trust and if you see GDPR as an opportunity, then you have something really going for you. And that's how we see it. GDPR as an opportunity to use the citizens, to give them control in sharing a lot of the data that might be relevant for health. So, in Scandinavia, in the Nordic countries, we have a large accessible pool of real-world data with relevance for health, with significant potential for creating value for citizens, patients, and there's a clear distinction between citizens and patients, clinicians, researchers, healthcare providers, and society at large. And how are we going to do that? Well, we're going to build a system, or we are building a system that combines data from the healthcare system, from the clinical registries, basically me as a patient, with data with me as a citizen and me as an individual. And those two categories that you see below the waterline, this is supposed to look like an iceberg. Obviously, this guy is from Denmark. He doesn't know much about icebergs. But these two latter categories are the data you can access via GDPR. The first ones you can access via public data responsible and gatekeepers, I would say. And how do we build that system? Well, essentially by using a new technology that has been developed in the last 20 years. So what we offer, what we propose to do at Data Fair together with our partners is a solution where data at all stages are encrypted using multi-party computation. And that is basically the highest, most secure way of handling data. It is security and privacy by design. It means that nobody will be able to trace any data point back to an individual. And it also means that while data is in process and being analyzed, while data from different sources is being combined, it will be data, but not data, because data will be distributed on a number of servers. So we have a solution. We have raised 100 million Danish kroner in the last 12 months from soft funding to implement this solution. And we think it'll be up and running in the next 2 to 3 years in Denmark in a public-private partnership. So we're not here to raise money. I'm not really here to pitch my company. I'm here to pitch the value of Nordic healthcare data. To improve health, it's a must. Nordic countries are well placed, but we need to move now because others who are less well placed have moved faster. Clear principle must be followed. There's a promising solution in test right now. The potential for value creation is significant, and we could be there in the next 2 to 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Troel, for your presentation. I'd like to invite Per back as well. Per, do you have a couple of questions for Troel?
Yeah, no, again, very, very inspiring. Thank you so much for this. And really showing a direction of where we might be heading. And of course, I want to know more about this. I want to know more about, if you say the multi-part computation part, how far away are we in terms of this? And also, what is it really that we in this first, when you do this in this first, if you say case or so, what is it really that is involved in that?
Yeah.
What are you going to look at?
So in terms of multi-party computation, we are there. It's a general platform that was tested 2 years ago with the Danish Statistics Bureau or Statistics Denmark. And now we are using, together with our partner, we are applying a particular application designed for healthcare data. So it's there, and we'll be deploying it on with Statistics Denmark within the next 12 months. So we know it works. We know it fulfills the requirements for safety and privacy. And now what we need to show is that we can actually create value, clinical value, and value for patients by using it to combine different data, healthcare data, basically.
Yeah. And is that the first step that you will really test it in from? Is it from a research perspective at first to see how you can find new types of solutions like medical treatments and so on, or is it in clinical practice, or how is it going to be?
It's both. I mean, our vision is to basically build a one-stop shop so that you could come to Denmark and say, okay, I would like to have answers to questions based on existing data, answers that I cannot get from randomized clinical trials because they're too expensive, because patients are not available. So that is the vision, and we'll be there in a couple of years. We'll be coming out with news about it in a week, but we can't say anything about it yet. So what can you use this data for? You can use it for better treatment. Basically, it'll be a way to use real-world evidence to bridge the gap between RCT data from randomized clinical trials, which is the golden standard today, but also has some problems because it's in a controlled setting. It doesn't reflect the way the drug is being used by patients in the real world. It doesn't reflect comorbidity, different medications they're getting on top of their treatment. You can also use it from a pharmaceutical company perspective. If you can access the data that we want to access, and you can preserve privacy, then you will have data that you can use to give conditional approval for a drug. That means that you can have a drug approved and you can get the reimbursement, provided that you can document that this drug is only going to be used to those patients that you have shown in your trials should receive the drug. Because that's another challenge. Roche will come with a nice, really efficacious, very expensive new cancer treatment. And then the answer is, well, if we approve it, you're telling us that there's 200 patients that will qualify for that in Sweden. but the organization responsible for the reimbursement of it will say, well, what if it ends up being 2,005 years from now? We cannot control the prescription pattern of doctors. How can we give an approval that is conditional, and how can we then get the data to make sure that both parties agree on how the situation is evolving? So everything from clinical trials to development of new treatments to price negotiations and health economic analysis.
Really interesting discussions, and we were going to continue, but I'm going to invite Eva to join us back on stage as well to talk about the larger issues when we talk about integrating health-related data. And three of you represent different perspectives. You are representing the Swedish, perspective with the company with Capiche. You are the Danish side with this private-public partnership experience, and of course Roche, this global pharma player. We talked a lot about the challenges, and there are opportunities to integrate in a much better way. But if you could pick up one main challenge from your standpoint to kind of further the conversation here, what has been the single most biggest challenge that you're facing in the integration of health-related data? Starting with Per.
Yeah, no, I think, and I mentioned that a little bit before also in terms of, I think that a main challenge that I see is really the implementation part. Yeah. We start really to see some great examples and that we start to see like the technique is getting there, and we have very much of the, if you say, the solutions in terms of the technical capabilities and knowledge. But moving from that into having it in place and if you say integrated with our ecosystems and so on. And that to me is a real problem. And I believe that maybe a solution for that moving forward, and I think your solution is very, very interesting from that perspective, that it's about the co-creation part, the partnering. We've seen that it's very difficult for someone to come with a final solution and present that to someone and believe that that decision taker will just open their arms for it. Everyone wants a little bit to be part of the solution.
I think you're absolutely right. Yeah. I think scalability is an issue. Yeah. There's a lot of projects, and in the best of worlds, the projects succeed, but after the project is wrapped up, nothing happens. Yeah. And we've certainly tried to be very conscious about it. And the starting point for the projects that we're running is basically, what do the clients want? In this case, where is the money? Who is normally very comfortable about handling this data and have very strict rules for that. So we're saying, how can we service private and public researchers and who have problems? And that's the other place you should start. Don't start with a solution that addresses a need, because you're getting nowhere. First of all, you need to find a problem that's big enough, and then you need to make sure that the head of finance or the CEO thinks it's a problem. And if you start there, I think then the chances of success are bigger. It's not enough, as you say. I think that you have to, in a Scandinavian context, Nordic context, you have to be very conscious about how you work in a public-private partnership. Because otherwise, this data, which is, as one of the videos shows, very good, it's been there for many years, and it'll remain there for many years, right? Yep. So trust is not only for the individual citizen, it's also for the organizations who are there to be the custodians of this data.
Eva, what are your reflections?
Yeah, no, I agree on what you say. We have also found that data being locked up is a huge problem. Access to the data itself. It's in the healthcare system today in Sweden, there are so many different systems, and just getting the data out of these systems and addressing that has been a major issue.
Yeah.
And we were talking a lot about, there are a lot of strengths in how the Nordics handle data with personal numbers and patient registries and so on. But obviously that potential is very much untapped. And I think in our discussion, we're talking about the collaborative approach that the Nordic has towards health-related data. Where do you think we are right now, and where do you think we will be in, say, 5 years when it comes to being better at collaborating or taking this forward? Will we be one of those shining beacons worldwide to say, hey, come and look at the Nordics. We have been successful in implementing health data integration. Do you think we can reach there? What are your thoughts? Three of you. Who would like to start answering this big question? Charles.
I think we could. I think we can. But if you want to be there in 5 years' time, we have to move pretty fast. The train is leaving the station.
Yep.
I think we have, as I said, there are some things that make Scandinavian data very good. Because as soon as you start talking about more than just health data, all the other data that are relevant for health, I remember one of the questions you asked there, how many people have actually used an app today that is relevant for their health? And I would say we all have, because you probably checked the weather and decided whether you would walk or bike or take your car to work. And you probably also bought food with your app. These are also health decisions. And these are relevant. And if you want to access all those data in an easy way, that's where the Nordic countries have a clear advantage, because all data is linked to one unique identifier. But we need to start moving, and I sense that that the organizations that are responsible for they are realizing there is value in this, and we need to move. And now that the technology is there and solutions making data available, safe and privacy preserving.
Per and Eva, do you agree with Troels' assessment?
Yeah, certainly agree. And also, I mean, a lot of the regions in Sweden are moving to new patient records, where they're opening up for also collaborating with different types of systems. So I think there is definitely a possibility, but we need to move.
Per, what are your thoughts?
No, and I agree as well that we do have an advantage in terms of that we are come very far in terms of being digital in everything that we do in the Nordic countries, and so that is of course combined with having our unique identifiers and so on. We have the foundation to make this work. I think it's also what is still a barrier. I think is that it needs to be taken some sometimes difficult decisions. That we can see, for example, in terms of just GDPR, how we look at that from in different ways depending on what country you're in, just in Europe, and seeing that as an enabler or a barrier for moving in a positive direction here. So I think that it's not only about having the foundation, we need to make some tough decisions also.
Absolutely. And I'm sorry.
Yeah, and I also think, and I would compliment Roche as one company for that, is to take this ecosystem approach. That you see the leading pharmaceutical companies are not just in a country with a national subsidiary to sell their drugs. They actually realize that they need to build an ecosystem where they learn to work and collaborate in different ways in order to move this forward. And I think Roche is a good example of a company that's taken that approach.
So I sense that everyone agrees that this is a burning platform. There's a sense of urgency. We need to move now in order for us to stand out globally. So what exactly needs to happen? We're talking about collaboration ecosystem. Do you have a perspective on who should take the lead? Should it be healthcare? Should it be pharma? Should it be policymakers? What needs to happen for us to actually get there?
I think you need all the different parties. I think somebody needs to bring the different parties together and see that there is a hidden win-win situation for all. Right? Pharmaceutical companies can get an insight and actually be able to offer precision medicine. They can only do that if they get access to real-world data. So there's an advantage for them. They could also be doing innovative trials based on existing data that will reduce the cost. Some pharmaceutical companies today have a policy where it's secondary data first. You're not allowed to do a clinical trial unless you've first explored what is actually available there of data. And then you need to understand and play with the public system, because that's what we also all have in common. Scandinavian countries, the data, healthcare provision is public systems. So what we are thinking about doing in Denmark is saying the money that we can earn through a system like this should be going back to those with the data. That'll give them an incentive. If you could make a research fund for investigator-sponsored research, not just pharmaceutical, but the other research, and actually the data that the hospitals make available, if that could create value that could then go back into trials, then you create some incentives. So you don't have to push people.
Eva, Per, what are your thoughts?
No, certainly. I mean, there's a lot of parties that needs to be involved in this work, and the people with a problem and the people probably benefiting from this needs to drive it together. But we are all patients. We also could see the benefit of this. So I think we all need to push for this to move.
And I believe that if we just move back a few years and had these discussions, it was very much talking about the politicians' role in this. I think we've learned now that I think that cannot be seen as the only decision maker in terms of making this happen. I think we're much more likely to be successful if we move in the direction that you're describing, where I, for example, look at, can we, for example, find kind of a consortium type of solution where you have startups together with established, if you say, global companies together with regions, together with authorities and so on, that together find the solutions and build on that. And I think also it does not need to be perfect from the beginning. If we can just start and show it, if you say small scale but still scalable, then that would be enough to get things going.
Exactly.
And if that happens in Denmark, in Sweden, if it's just at one local area or so on, doesn't really matter. But if we just look at how can we then scale this up and make that start rolling, then I think we will see something happen.
Fantastic. One final comment to you, Per. I think there are a lot of interest to find a solution in integrating health leader data. We've heard examples from DataFair and for Capiche. What is your general advice from Roche to startups wishing to do something in that space? What would you say to them for them to succeed?
First, I think that we found that it's not about having the perfect solution and believe that that will solve everything, but rather about having the vision of where do you want to go, and also answering to a clear need that you can really show that this is something that you can find a solution to, and you don't need to have it all figured out, but knowing where do you want to go, what type of solution is it that you want or problem is it that you want to solve, and then be open to interact with other parties to really see that this is something you do in partnership, because these type of challenges is nothing that one party can do by themselves. It's all about partnership. So I think that those are some key areas, and also I think, as we discussed here today, also have started to think about not only the solution itself, but how is this really going to be, if you say again, integrated with the ecosystem. To start to think about that, and because that is what will make one solution stand out among the crowd.
Perfect. So I hear 4 main points. One is have a vision. Number 2, meet a clear need, articulate what that need is. Number 3, engage and accept and embrace partnerships. No man can solve this alone. And the 4th thing, always keep implementation in mind. Make it extremely concrete.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Per, Troels, and Eva for a great discussion. We will now go to a short break before we wrap up this event with a panel discussion where we'll bring back all our challenge owners, Roche, Capio, BII, and Smile, to just reflect on the day and to talk about where the future lies for health tech. So I'm going to leave you with one final video for today, again about HealthTech in Medicon Valley, produced by Greater Copenhagen, and I'll see you back here at 12 o'clock.
In Medicon Valley, we collect and store personal data in a unique way. Since 1968, Denmark has had the central personal register in which all Danes were registered with a unique identification number in order to follow individuals and to enhance national research. All contact with the healthcare system is registered along with demographic data. Throughout life, data continues to be compiled. As a result, we in Medicon Valley have unique opportunities to examine correlations which cannot be analyzed anywhere else in the world. Over the years, massive investments have been made in order to build up a range of national registers containing information about all residents. Danes are open to testing new technologies and making it part of their everyday life. Patients and citizens interact openly with the healthcare system to lead a healthy life and to proactively ensure each other's long-term health. We have a wish and a curiosity to explore, use, and contribute to data for research. Life sciences thrive where there is a supportive and collaborative ecosystem that fosters a climate of innovation set within a commercial framework. Eye-opening discoveries, new companies, and groundbreaking technologies surface when data is used in collaboration between researchers, companies, innovative startups, and the public healthcare system. Medicon Valley is a cluster that supports your commercial success. Here, it is easy for international investors and companies to set up R&D facilities and get access to infrastructure and processes needed for fast and efficient trials. This easy interaction with the healthcare system and our unique abundance of data gives you the prerequisite to develop better medicine. Get access to one of Europe's leading life science clusters with state-of-the-art research infrastructure, including world-class life science universities, hospitals, and science parks.
Hi everyone, welcome back to our HealthTech Medicon Valley event. And now we're going into our concluding panel discussion. So if you are able to only jump in and out for certain sessions, this will be a great time to get a summary of all that we've discussed during today's event. And I have on stage with me Ebba Forenes, CEO of Smile Incubator, Tuva Jeksmarks, Head of Innovation at Capio, part of Ramsay Sante, as well as Per Brink, CSR Partner at Roche. And online with us, we have Marcus Hergott, Chief Technical Officer at Bioinnovation Institute. So we've had a lot of lively discussions today, great pitches. What has been your one key takeaway from the sessions that you have engaged with? Maybe we start with you, Ebba.
Wow. Actually, the promise that lies in this and the creativity that we have in this region. I think we've seen some really great pitches and very nice approaches to treating untreated conditions.
Tuva.
Well, actually, I'm a bit happy from the care provider side that actually I see the creativity and I say, oh, the future hopefully is quite bright after all.
Yeah.
Even if it's difficult, it's a long journey. I feel a bit. I feel more happy now.
There is a future for health tech.
There is a future, absolutely.
Excellent. Per, what are your thoughts?
That we do have a great number of, that we have lots of great solutions out there that are there and just waited to be used. And also that we start to see that it's all through collaborations and partnerships that we can do it. And we hear that from so many different players here. So that's very promising.
Absolutely. Marcus, what are your thoughts where you're sitting in Denmark on the discussions today?
I think all of the above, and going back to the partnerships, as a non-profit early startup investor, I mean, we're very happy to see that there's already a lot of partnerships, public-private partnerships being forged, and we also see a great road forward using the Nordic healthcare system's strengths to build, for example, digital solutions.
And I mean, all of us, all four of you represent different perspectives in the ecosystem. We've talked about collaboration and involving different partners. What do you think each of you can bring to further health tech forward? So Ebba, incubator, Tuva, healthcare provider, Per, pharma, and Marcus, incubator as well. What do you think you could do?
Connect companies to people like you. I think that's important, and like you, that we have. So I think being the spider, the entity that can support all these companies in getting connections, because it's quite difficult. They are two people, and they are running their business, they're developing their app. Yeah. They don't have capacity to reach out, to keep track of what's going on, see grants, see challenges that are being posted, and keep the network of the industry and the providers. So I think that's a key thing that we can provide in the non-profit sector, where we are neutral.
Very good. Tuva.
Well, for us, we are kind of the long-term customers because we are providing the care. So I see that our clinicians and our patients are actually the customer base for many of the companies. But I also believe that we could find a way to actually help some of the startup companies to really tweak their solutions to fit into the needs that we have, because the needs that we see are massive, but also that we could actually be bridging the companies into what are the true needs. How could this be a scalable solution? I think that could we contribute with.
Yeah, and from our perspective, I think that we can contribute with a global perspective for if you say a startup in the Nordic regions, as well as having, if you say, also the business perspective and help develop that and see how can you really turn it into something that can be sustainable over time as well.
Marcus, what are your thoughts?
I suppose we have a relatively simple purpose in that we can provide the early stage funding when taking, let's say, a university or hospital-based projects towards a startup to sort of seed this ecosystem. So I think there we can be a partner for everyone else in seeing how we can start more companies that address more unmet patient and customer needs.
So it's very clear that the four of you represent real strong potential partners for any startup wishing to go further in HealthTech Medicon Valley. I have a question for Tuva and Per. You mentioned, both of you, that you would love to help startups develop their business model a bit more and make sure that it's actually meeting a concrete need. But I'm sure that you're also getting so many requests from many startups wanting to partner with you. What would be your advice as to when they come to you, what should they be prepared with so that you're able to further discussion with them? Let's start maybe with Per this time.
Yeah, I have mentioned that earlier today that not really preparing a pitch in terms of going into all the details, the technical details of a solution, but rather be open to have a more open discussion on the common vision, or like where do they see that we have a common need, or that is really what we need to start off with.
Yeah, and to me it's also that the companies have prepared the different perspectives. You need to have the medical side of things, you need to have the data side of things, you need to have the business side of things, that all the perspectives are in the dialogue, because we need to have a bit of everything.
Can I jump in?
Absolutely, Ebba.
So I will talk for all the startups which I talk to every day. And what do you want? What do we want from you? The startups, they want accessibility.
Yeah.
They want advice, and they do want the dialogue before they have all of the good things that you mentioned, because they need to understand which of these good things should they be focusing on, and how do you want them presented, and what do you want to see.
Yeah.
So that would be my big wish that be, how are you accessible, how can they reach you, how can we engage with you, where they can actually pose questions, just have a dialogue to understand what they should come with when they're getting sharper.
Well, actually, that's one of the reasons why Ramses Hanté choose to have the innovation hub in this area was actually that to interact with the ecosystem here. From our company, we also have a preventive care lab. We actually have an incubator of our own in Paris for only prevention companies. So we have some access in the French market, but here it was actually to just do these interactions. So somehow we could find something after this meeting. So.
And Marcus, maybe you also have something that you would like to tell Capio and Roche from your startups.
Right. So I think I also second that we see in health tech, we see a lot of very technology-focused companies who are very excited about their technology, and there's definitely need to interact both with the healthcare sector, which sometimes is happening, but in particular with corporates like pharmaceutical industry or established even medtech companies, to understand a little bit more how they see the potential for the solution. I see especially great potential in the pharmaceutical industry, which is showing a lot of interesting digital solutions, but it's usually looking for something a little more than just a great technical platform.
Tuva, you mentioned something really interesting. You have this preventive lab based in France.
Well, we have an incubator in Paris. It's the Ramsey Foundation is driving a incubator for companies only focused on prevention. So,
because one of the key points that we've been discussing throughout today's event was, the need to shift to prevention, as well as the need to find reimbursement models that support that shift. And given that, Ramsey, you're in many markets, Roche as well, and maybe Ebba and Marcus, you also have perspectives from your experience. Have you seen a good example of a reimbursement model that supports preventive solutions that we could adopt to Denmark and Sweden?
I have seen it in the US.
Okay.
And actually I've seen it as a result of COVID, where the need to have remote monitoring and remote therapeutics became evident as everybody was locked back at home, especially those who needed the support. So they have fast-tracked reimbursement models with special codes. I haven't seen it as much here, but it's a huge challenge for everyone in prevention.
Well, the reimbursement models has really changed during COVID, but mostly for like teleconsultations and that kind of care. But that's not on the preventive side. But I really believe that the experiment with the region of Stockholm with the health bond is really, really exciting. So we are really looking into that as a future model because it shifts the mindset to a preventive way.
For the sake of our attendees, could you share a bit more about what this health or social bond tries to do? Why is it so interesting?
Well, it's interesting because you actually invest in prevention. So you're putting the funding there and what you split is the cost reduction that you can see in a number of years. But it's also based on what we have been touching upon today. It's based on that you need to have a clear case when it comes to data. So this is about pre-diabetes. So you have a lot of data on if we do this in a preventive space, we will get the cost reduction and the less suffering of all the patients. So you need to have those things in order. And there are not so many conditions where you have that. You have pre-diabetes, you might have hypertension and some other things. So you need to, all of these companies really need to collect the clinical data so that we can get there. But I think the model is really interesting because then you can get all the investors to actually invest and have a good return of investment in a good sustainable way for the future. So I'm really hoping for this one.
Yeah.
And I can just echo that. I was also thinking about the health impact bond in the region of Stockholm, that we've been talking about it for so long, and now we do really see that this is being tried, and so I agree we should really look at that even more and see how can we scale that.
Marcus, from where you stand or sit in Denmark, do you have any great examples as well on the reimbursement side?
Probably not so much from Denmark. Again, in the US, there has been some traction from insurance companies to look into possible ways to actually reimburse prevention, especially for chronic disease. But it's still a work in progress, and it's not covering a very big swath of the total market, but it's certainly happening.
Yes, Ebba and then Tuva.
I actually realized that I do have an example in Sweden, and that is Skandia, who has been working with prevention for their company, their clients, where they intervene and they prevent people being on sick leave, actually, by offering different kind of support over the net preventively. So they have been quite successful.
And I must say the obvious as well. We have a capitation model in primary care in Sweden that actually are designed to drive prevention. But unfortunately, the time spent for the preventive actions to actually, for the diseases to occur is so long, so that for the people working in one specific care center, the mindset will still be we need to do the ordinary daily business first. So, but the model is actually there. So from a financial standpoint, if you are getting reimbursement to take care of the population, you should focus on prevention. But it needs to be tweaked a bit, I think. But the ground is there, which is not the case in all our other countries where it's a fee for service. You only get paid when people are sick. So we have some good things to build upon, I think.
Per? No, I'm also optimistic about the future, also given the discussions we had earlier today on the integration of data, where we do see that if we are successful moving forward with not only collecting more data, but actually using data that is already being collected in even better ways, that will help us move towards more, if you say, the predictive analytics area, and with that also enabling preventive care in a much higher degree than we do today. So I think that if we also get the data part working, I think that we will move even more into this direction.
And I think you are starting to look forward, and I would like to bring us there as well, looking at the future of health tech. And I asked this question at the session on integrating health-related data, but I would like to also open the question to Tuva, Ebba, and Marcus. There's a lot of potential and opportunities for health tech, especially in the region that we're in, Denmark and Sweden and the Nordics. What do we need to do in order to get to where we want to be in, say, 5 years? What needs to happen, and who needs to do it? Tuva.
Well, we have a homework to do. We are actually looking really much into our own systems on how could we accept third-party solutions? How could we build our ecosystem internally within our company so that we actually could take on all of these nice and really good initiatives, and how could we do that? So we have a homework to do, and that is actually what the Innovation Hub for Ramsay Center focus mostly on. How do we build that from our side? Because there are so many nice solutions out there. We don't have to invent everything ourselves. We are not supposed to do that. So how can we actually put them into our ecosystem? That's our key thing for us as a homework to do.
Ebba, what are your thoughts?
I would say the same, but I would say it for the public healthcare system. So there's actually two main things that are lacking, or maybe three. But first of all, be accessible for the companies to have a dialogue early on, to understand if their idea of a problem is a defined problem, and if their idea of a solution is something that the healthcare giver is actually that works in a practical setting. If that is the physiotherapist, if that is the nurse, whoever it is, they need to be able to access those people. So that would be number one. Number two, of course, buy the solutions. Find a way of not making it so difficult, and there's public procurement laws, etc. So this is complex, but find a way to be a little bit more creative and find a way that you can define in a legally correct way, obviously, to actually buy those services and be their first customer. If we want these companies to stay in this region, our public system have to take responsibility of being their first customer.
Per, before I get you to reflect, Marcus, what is your point of view? What needs to happen for us to get where we want to be in 5 years, and who needs to do it?
I could basically repeat what Ebba said about probably the major hurdle in doing this locally is that it doesn't seem like it's very easy to get adoption, either in a public healthcare system and also at the communes, the counties or municipalities that are responsible usually for, I would say, more of the preventative care and also of elderly care in I guess all of Nordics. I would also like to add that it would be great to see more active university research base around health tech. I mean, we have awesome biotech research or awesome medical research, but it's not really focused on technology solutions, it's more on basic science. And there's a little bit of a gap where we don't see really investment, and that would be more for other funding sources and also for the governments to fund more research into that so that we can build some strength from the academic base that we have.
Thanks, Marcus. And Per, we had a similar discussion in your session. Do you have some reflections from that as well as from what you've just heard on the same question?
Yeah, on the topic of how do we make things happen moving forward. And well, to me, it's coming back to the partnership and collaboration part, that no one can do this by themselves. No one will have the full solution. So it's all about, do we want to make a real change? How can we get everyone in the same room with the different perspectives, and seeing that it's not bad to just be part of. You don't need to own the solution yourselves. It's rather about how do we do this collectively. Then we will come very, very far.
Fantastic. And I think that leads us into our final question, and it touches on the Nordic perspective towards working with health tech. And of course, we are in Medicon Valley, which is covering Denmark and Sweden. And I would like each of you just to choose one. What is one area in health tech that if Denmark and Sweden were to join forces, so not working within national borders, but actually working together as two countries, what is one area we could really make an impact? And this time I'd like to start with you, Marcus.
So I think on the somehow making for the data access something that would allow deploying solutions more easily across borders, that would be a great start. I know it would be pretty challenging, but it would definitely make a big difference being able to go from, let's say, Denmark to Sweden relatively easily with the solution, or vice versa. I think that would give a much better incentive to keep working within this region rather than go somewhere elsewhere to scale up your business.
Thank you, Marcus. Ebba?
I would say provide the capital in this region by the governments. Now there's Swedish money and there's Danish money, soft money. Make this a pool make sure that the companies stay here, because many of these companies get bought out and they leave our region. Sometimes that's a good thing, because the entrepreneurs become serial entrepreneurs and reinvest, but we also lose competence. So make sure that we have support system to help these companies to a level where they can sell and have a real customer.
Thank you, Ebba. Tuva.
Yeah, I was also thinking about the market size, because there are so many good things going on here, but the size of the market is a bit too small.
Yeah.
So to make the scalable solution, I think that to combine the two markets, at least like we heard about the data on the back end side, that you actually could pool that would make much bigger impact, because when we are talking on our other countries like France or Germany, the market size is so much bigger, so that even if the Nordics are further in some kind technical development, it still ends up with the market is too small to localize things. So
market size.
Yeah.
And I also think about, if you say the market size, starting with that, seeing that, okay, we will not compete on, if you talk about research, that we can offer the largest proportion of patients to do research on and so on. So rather it's about, yes, we can pull together to the two countries become larger, but adding to that, we also need to find, I think that we need to find what is it specifically that we could be the best at globally. And that's not only for if you say the startups, the established companies and so on to work on, but also I think that's together with the authorities in these markets need to find what is it that we want to be best at. And one thing that has been discussed today is, of course, how do we use data? That could be an area where we could stand out if we really work with this from many different perspectives and really make that maybe our unique selling point, and then we focus on that.
Fantastic. And I think that wraps it up really well. The 4 points: data across borders, access, providing capital in a single pool so that we keep companies here in this cross-border region, looking at the market size, that together we are stronger, Denmark and Sweden, and finally being very clear on how we are strong together and being able to compete globally. Fantastic. Thank you so much for a great discussion. Thank you, Marcus, as well. And I would like to wrap up this event shortly, and I hope that you've enjoyed today's presentations. You will receive an email in the next 2 days with a link to the recording from today's event, as well as the opportunity to answer a survey regarding the event. And once you've answered the survey, you'll be given a link to where you can download all of today's presentations from. And our co-organizer for this event would also like to Invest in Skåne, would also like to draw your attention to the HealthTech Nordic network. It's a community of over 200 health tech companies from across the Nordics, and you're welcome to check out healthtechnordic.com to find out more. But before we end, they say that good things are worth waiting for, and we have a fantastic keynote presentation. We weren't able to have it in the morning, but we have Dr. David Brown now with us online. He is the co-founder and chairman of HealthTech, and he comes from a long history within pharma. He has had roles with AstraZeneca and Pfizer. He's also one of the co-inventors behind Viagra. And today he has founded a company that works with machine learning to find treatments for children with rare diseases. And I think David will wrap up our perspectives on health tech in a really good way. So over to you, David, for your presentation.
Hello, everyone. I'll share my screen. Sarah, is that being shared okay now?
We see you, but not your screen yet.
Let me go back. You see the slide now?
No, we don't see your slide yet. If you'd like, we could also share the slides from our side. But now we see it. Yeah, something is happening, David.
Just a bit slow. Okay,
yeah,
great.
Now we see your screen and now we see the presentation. Perfect.
Excellent. Apologies for the confusion over timing this morning. It was totally my fault. So what I'm going to do is very quickly, in about 15 minutes, 20 minutes, go through a very high level view of what's happening. mainly to give you an idea of the scale of the business opportunity. I mean, I'm a scientist by training originally, but I've also got a very strong business instinct. I've started several businesses here in Cambridge, as well as working in these big pharma companies. If we look at what's happened over the last 30 or 40 years, I'm fortunate that I was born around about 1950 when all of this started, initial computers. And most of these things on this slide have come into place. I was actually trained in programming in Fortran in my undergraduate days, for instance, using punch cards those days, beginning of computing. And that's really matured enormously. But then in the 1990s, early 2000s, we had the human genome come along. Frankly, it wasn't ready then. And it's only sort of 2013 onwards, I think, when it became usable. And then we had the internet, really, with browsers from about the mid-90s that made it usable again. And then, really importantly, big breakthrough with smartphones, particularly the iPhone in 2008, leading to lots of apps. And we've heard a lot of that about apps in the conference today. And that led to social networks, which allows people to share ideas and information. And then if you observe what a lot of people are doing who've got diseases, or aging people are sharing drug and lifestyle data to advise each other on ways to help themselves. That's leading to massive data being collected, what's called big data. And of course, to analyze that data, we now need machines to do it, machine learning, which is what my own company is doing, and many of the companies that presented this morning are doing. So all of that is leading to a transformation of medicine and healthcare. There is a big misconception, though, that the genome is everything. The genome is actually a very small part of it. This is the genome here. So the genome is your DNA inherited from your parents, and the mutations acquired in your own lifetime as well. But actually, that is not the most important thing. Probably the transcriptome is the most important, which is how that DNA is being used at any moment in time. Much of it is silent, but some of it's being used. So, the very fact I'm presenting to you at this moment is changing the way the cells in my brain and probably the rest of my body express DNA. That RNA that comes up in the transcriptome leads to proteins, the so-called proteome. They go into biochemical pathways, metabolism, the metabolome. But then, coming along in recent years, we've realized that sort of 90% of the DNA in our body is actually in our guts, the microbiome. And there's increasing evidence that the composition of that microbiome has a massive effect on health. Then, the fact that we've got DNA, actually it has to be controlled. And the epigenome is methylation and acetylation of the DNA is controlling that and leads to the way it's being expressed. Okay, so there's a lot of data here, most of which we don't have at the moment, but over the next decades, this will all become very important. Why do we need health tech, though? I mean, there's a shocking publication that came out from the American Medical Association a few years ago. So this is Journal of American Medical Association, one of the top journals. This is actual data from medics in the US. If somebody in the US gets initial consultation in primary care, sent to a specialist, 50% of the data transferred gets lost. When they go from the specialist back to primary care, 25% of the opinions don't get back to primary care. Much the same with hospital. If they're in hospital, they then go back to their primary care physician. Nearly half the discharge records are wrong. And 75% of medical information after hospitalization comes from you personally, not from those records. Wow, that is a little bit scary, isn't it, if any of us are ill and relying on our physicians. Also, another reason we need big change is drug discovery. I mean, you've all heard of Moore's law. This is sort of quite famous now as Eroom's law, Moore's law in reverse. Just like the inverse of the increase in efficiency of chips, we've got the decrease in efficiency of drug discovery. So here, when I was born, we had a kind of peak of drug discovery. Here, when I started my career trying to invent drugs, I failed to myself help take it back up there. It's still going down. What I'm trying to do with my own company, Helix, at the moment is improve the efficiency here, still trying to do it. But it means that for each disease, the patient has a very low probability of getting better therapy if there's no therapy at the moment. There are a couple of books I want to recommend. Eric Topol, I knew a bit in the past. He's a cardiologist in Southern California, a really excellent guy. Professor of genomics as well. He wrote this book several years ago, The Patient Will See You Now, The Future of Medicine's in Your Hands. He published last year a new book called Deep Medicine, which is about AI in medicine. It really is worth reading. I can absolutely recommend it to you. But I'll just give you a few quotes from his earlier book. Medicine is remarkably conservative to the point of being properly characterized as sclerotic, even ossified. Beyond the reluctance and resistance of physicians to change, the life science industries, companies that develop and commercialize drugs, devices, diagnostics, and government regulatory agencies are near paralyzed state, unable to break out of a broken model. Without the active participation of consumers in this revolution, and this really is the critical point, the process will be inexorably slowed. All the other forces that come to bear, doctors, life science, industry, government, healthcare, incapable of catalyzing transformation. So he's basically saying it's up to each of us as patients, as consumers, as citizens, and as tech entrepreneurs. We've got to drive the change. I drew this cycle when I started my own company, Helix, in 2014, just as a very high level picture of my vision of where we're going to be. Maybe another 50 years it might take, but the steps of this are being put in place. We have to have a learning circle, not a linear process as we have at the moment. We have our genome, as I said, but then you've got to have all that other information that I had on the earlier slide, particularly the gene expression profiling. That may include the microbiome and other things. That information has got to be captured on the Internet of Things in real time. At the moment, everything is batch-wise, but eventually it can be real time. That will go into machine learning, expert health algorithms to analyze the data. That will predict, based upon the human record, the likely path of your own health based upon what's known for humanity in general. That will lead to personalized medicine, right device or right drug, change your lifestyle, or take this drug now. And then we'll monitor in real time the effect of those changes on your genome, on the epigenome and on the transcriptome, etc. Really a big vision, but all the presentations I've heard this morning are parts of this puzzle, parts of this cycle, and it's going to come to pass at some point. It depends on the Internet of Things. It depends on 5G. We're getting close to this being possible now, probably within the next 3 to 5 years in most countries. Wearables, sensors are being developed. They're still at a very basic level, I have to say. We need to find out much better ways of gathering that information with non-invasive methods. We need intelligent apps. We need real-time data collection, analysis, massive data storage, way beyond what we've got at the moment. I'll come to that on a future slide. It will drive new consumer goods and business opportunities. And we're talking about a multi-trillion-dollar market here, absolutely massive. Because in the end, healthcare matters more to people than anything else, apart from food and personal safety. There'll be a massive reorganization of the healthcare industry, and I'll talk about that in a moment. And there's going to be an impact on healthy aging and future growth of the longevity industry. This industry could be the biggest industry of all, actually, even bigger than our current healthcare industry, because most of the world is aging, including China. I mean, China's now into its aging curve. It's not a young society anymore. But there are a lot of problems. We need progress. We need information security, seamless public-private cloud computing, agreement on standards. And these are difficult. Next generation analytics, new storage management technologies, data access tools and processes. And this is a big one as well, automatic tagging of data. I mean, I know from my own machine learning experience that data tagging is, in in my own company, the core of the company is data curators, and it's always being done manually at the moment. We've got to get to the point of automatic tagging of data, an ability to deal with data in real time. But each of these is a big scientific, technical, and business opportunity. So this paper was published in 2015. I gave a presentation, I think that year or the year after, a big data conference in Luxembourg. And I made the point that this paper is saying that actually healthcare big data is going to exceed all other domains. But even in this paper, they've underestimated by several orders of magnitude the scale of the data that's going to be involved. Because they were talking about just genome sequencing, but the genome that's been sequenced so far has been just part of the genome. It's not been the whole genome. But even more than that, we need all that data, gene expression data, physiological changes, real-time diagnostics, prognostics, all those things I had on earlier slides are going to have to go into the databases as well, and live data collection. And that's really the healthcare learning circle. So the scale of data collection and analysis is going to be absolutely astronomical compared with in the past. That's going to lead to big changes in industry and in the business models. In the end, I've learned the hard way over 20 years that business model innovation is more powerful than technology innovation. There are many people with good tech ideas, but very few understand how to come up with a good business model that can actually get that tech through. But those coming in as entrepreneurs now have no legacy of the old system, fewer barriers to adopting radical innovations. So I think we're going to have three business models emerge. There's obviously pharma biotech at the moment, but diagnostics is the big need. I mean, if you look at what's happening in healthcare at the moment, the mistakes in diagnosis are just absolutely awful. And then there's a big business model in the internet, and we're seeing the internet innovators like Google and Apple coming into healthcare because they realize the scale of this possibility. So we're going to have these three overlapping circles, and any company that can put those three together is going to be the absolute winner. Who's that going to be? Is it going to be the legacy pharmaceutical companies? Is it going to be the internet companies? Or is it going to be a diagnostic company, since this is actually the biggest obstacle at the moment, the biggest weakness? We'll have to see. Similarly, there's going to be a lot of different skills needed in healthcare. At the moment, we have government hospitals, national health systems, the medical profession, patients, public consumers, but all this is going to change. And again, anybody who manages to hit that sweet spot in terms of people is going to do very well. So I'm just going to leave you with this slide again. If you only remember one thing from my presentation, just remember this, because this is where we're going. I don't know whether it takes 30 years, 50 years, 100 years, but all the pieces of this are actually being put into place at the moment. And I think any business that can feed into this and fix some of the problems that are involved in this big vision has got a real chance of success. Thank you.
Thank you, David, for an inspiring presentation. As always, it's really good to have you with us. And I think you ended with a fantastic slide with the life cycle. And as you said, all the companies that we've heard from today find themselves in the circle in one way or the other. And I would like to just hear from you. You've heard the events from the morning. What has been the single most exciting thing that has stuck out to you from all the discussions and presentations?
I was almost hoping you wouldn't ask me that, because, I don't want to be biased against any of the businesses. And what I'm going to say actually is just my personal interest. I've given presentations in London and in Cambridge at the colleges here on healthy aging. Being sort of 71 myself now, I have quite an interest in it. And it's a very popular presentation, but when I get to the last slide and they all say, well, what's your top recommendation? They're a bit shocked. And what I say is meditation, healthy mind state, because what's the point of living a long time if you haven't got those things? But B, because there's now a lot of evidence that meditation and yoga have a massive effect on the expression of our genes, and big anti-inflammatory effects throughout the body. Chronic inflammation in the elderly is one of the biggest problems. It's probably one of the most causative of the aging process, etc. So I'm going to dodge your question a little bit and just say, actually, that's my personal passion. I've spent about 4 years of my life on intensive meditation retreats.
Right.
So I was very struck by the presentation that mentioned that, but that's unfair in terms of bias.
But I think you're pointing to something that's important, David, and we are seeing it increasingly, where we're talking about the need to engage, not just physical health, but mental health, not just physical well-being, but mental well-being, and seeing the body from a holistic perspective. And I think we're seeing solutions coming up to address this increased awareness of the mental space or the emotional space. So absolutely very valid. And David, we met a number of years ago in Sweden, and I know that you're a friend of the Nordics. You wanted to be here if the situation was different, but we will find a way to get you here. But, sitting from where you are in the UK, and you've heard a couple of discussions on the great things happening in the Nordics when it comes to health tech and the use of data here. But from your standpoint, what makes us stand out in the Nordics? And how do you see our ability to create the next unicorn within health tech from this region?
Yeah, I haven't been to Finland or Norway, but I've been to Denmark and Sweden quite a lot, and I just love the countries. If I was going to live anywhere else other than the UK, it would be one of those two countries. I actually co-led a 7-day meditation retreat in Denmark a couple of years ago, and it was one of the best weeks of my life. I think the advantage you've got is that I think you've got a coherent society. There's something very good about societies of less than 10 million that are well governed. And I was struck by the comments on the data being collected across the whole population. And, we say that's happening in the UK, but the NHS is a bit of a shambles, quite honestly. It should be able to use the data, but the links with industry and with startups are very poor. If you can use the public collection of data in your health service and have sufficient access to help your biotech companies grow, you will have a big advantage, I think, over any other country in the world.
Yeah, so and you're touching on what the other challenge owners also said, the need to access data and to make it, to convert it into meeting a concrete need that we see in society.
Data is everything in this age. This is the data age. And any country that gets its act together on using data effectively is going to be the winner.
Very good. And David, obviously you have a long history experience working in life science and pharma, and now, in a digital health company. And of course, these are can be considered different sectors or different ways of moving ahead. But, and I know that you have prepared a slide. It will go out to everyone on, 15 points on how to succeed as an entrepreneur going forward. But if I had to put you in a corner, David, and if I could ask you to just share the top single advice to an entrepreneur in health tech, what would that be?
I'll give two.
All right, okay.
The first is have massive ambition. Don't go for small markets, go for trillion-dollar markets. Because actually the scale of venture capital around is so large that investors just don't have the bandwidth. They don't have the staff size to put money into companies that aren't going to grow into unicorns. They're all looking for unicorns and multi-unicorns. So, aim big. Don't be frightened to do that, because actually you'll fail if you aim small. You've almost got to frighten yourself with your own ambition. The second point I'd give is that think very hard about your co-founders for the company. Have you got the right team? But particularly, as entrepreneurs, you need a board, you need a chair for the board, and you need board members. That chair and the relationship of the founder with the chair is absolutely critical. I've been involved both as CEO of startups and chair of startups, and it really is central to success or failure, I'd say. If you can get a chair who really understands what you're doing, has domain experience, isn't interested in stealing your glory, they're not in it just to make money, they're interested in it to try and help humanity, and they'll put the right amount of time into it, that will make a massive difference to you.
Fantastic, David. So ambition and having the right team to support that ambition as well. Thank you, David, for taking the time. And of course, your presentation and all the presentations from today will be made available as a recording after the event. And all the PDFs will be available as well to all attendees if you answer the survey that will be sent out after this event. But with this, I would like to thank everyone. Thank you, David. And we'd like to end today's event. And I really look forward to continuing the great conversations we have around health tech in Medicon Valley. My name is Sarah Dede, and it's my privilege to be a moderator for today. Thank you.